distribution.
distribution. But while we're there, Dobetsa, continue.
I'm just waiting for questions.
What did you buy?
I get it nice. Like, I love having conversation.
Okay.
It's like, it must be a conversation. We must.
Okay, we must get to
break
know
it
each
down,
other, you know.
yes.
Okay, no, it's fine. I'm gonna leave you there to you for now while I'm going fetch CB little Misho.
Okay.
Sharp.
And another one, so I don't know if you can brief them.
Professor again. Okay, how many are they? Okay, you know what? I'll brief them. I can show what's CB little Misho.
Okay, cool. Okay, my brother, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you submit your music to your local radio stations?
Yes, I've submitted my music to local. I've submitted to Lesedi FM, Motel FM right here, and Bergman Radio. Like you can name them. I did that. Even Metro FM. I've been there too.
Have you considered doing your own shows, like
Yes.
events and stuff?
Yes, I've did everything. Not like okay.
You-
I wouldn't say I
you
did
haven't done
everything.
everything, my brother,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't say I did everything, but like
because you haven't been to
I've really
events.
pushed. I've really pushed. Like as an independent artist, I've really pushed. Like as in like we speak. Like yesterday, I was shooting a music video with.
But you,
I do.
are you willing to learn?
No.
But you,
course.
but you want to be mainstream.
Yes, I want to be mainstream, because I know that one day I'm gonna be successful doing my own.
You don't have to leave hip hop.
Yes,
Must
sir.
at least have. It's not a must, né?
Yes.
But at least have something that's gonna put you out there.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that killing artists right now, because like a certain artist will get in the industry doing hip hop, and then their manager convince them like, okay, Amapiano is dominating right now in SA. Why don't you jump on Amapiano? And then after that artist jump on Amapiano, because he was told to do that, it's not from his heart, it's not what he knows. He's learning, or he or she is learning, you know? And then after that, he's starting losing fans because his music, his Amapiano songs are not selling as his hip hop music. And then that leads to depression and all of this stuff. So I prefer like sticking to my craft and perfecting it, because it's what I do, it's what I know, it's what I love. It's not something that I want to do it for money or because it's popping. No, I'm sticking to my craft because I know it's going to get me where I want to be one day.
So what's your craft?
Hip hop and R&B. That's what I'm stick to. I don't do other genres.
But okay, cool. As an artist, né? Nigerian artist. So you can sing gospel.
Sorry?
Can you sing gospel?
Yes, I can sing it, but I cannot produce it.
You can sing it.
Yes, I can sing it. I can write a song. I can maybe like ghostwrite it for somebody else.
So you
but
can
I
sing
will
on a
not-
piano beat.
Sorry?
You can sing on a piano beat.
I can, bro, let me tell you something. I can sing on any genre. If you can give me a beat, it's whether it's reggae, it's pop, it's on my piano, I can write it. But I cannot,
Try something, dog.
I
I'm telling
cannot
you.
take me and say like, this is Toxic Panda,
Maybe you're better than Youngstana.
Jigeleza, and I'm there.
Maybe you're better than Youngstana.
I'm what?
Maybe you're better than Youngstana.
Yes, I can be better than him, but through my
So
craft,
why don't you jump in then?
through my craft though, not doing what he's doing what I do.
Mjita batle Zaka.
For real, like I cannot, and I have my own competition. You know what I'm saying? Like through hip hop artists and all of that. If you can, yeah, my nigga got it.
I was saying, let's take for example Aries and STC.
Noted. Yebo nje.
Yeah, Aries and STC, these dudes are the ones that are dominating in Mzanzika hip hop right now as we speak. And they don't change like, nah, let me try Amapiano. They stick to what they know. So they're good at it. For me, if I could judge them, they're good at what they do. And it puts them out there. And they really love what they do, I could say. So artists like Bo Casper Vest, maybe I could say Bo KO or Blackie, they do venture into hip hop, but they sometimes go into Amapiano. They are the ones that change lanes when it comes to this music genre, and they are good. But then there are those artists like Aries and STC, they like, nah, hip hop is my thing, I'ma do it, whether I'm selling good or not, but I'ma always come back with something better than what I did before, you know, like perfecting what they know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another mic here, please. And then Khotmane Dane after.
Oh, hi. I just want to ask you a question in terms of you saying you have submitted your music to some of the local radio stations in Bloemfontein, right? So as an artist, one thing that a lot of the local artists don't understand is that whenever you are submitting your music falls under a certain category. And we cannot play your music on air if your music is not registered, for number one. So your music needs to be registered, either Samro, RISA, or whatever. So if you're just gonna send me your demo and send me a biography of yourself, I'm not gonna play it. Because at the end of the day, if you want airplay, you want to have streams as well, right? So the moment that I play your song on radio, it means that somewhere it's streaming behind the scenes, right? There's a revenue coming in. So it's very important as an artist to make sure that your music is registered, and you need to have versatility. In order for you to make it, you need to have versatility, and I am not trying to underestimate your line of work or whatever, but as my brother had mentioned, Aries and Nasty C, they are sticking to one genre, but you at home looking at it from the perspective that you're looking at it, you don't know what's happening behind the scenes. How do you know that Nasty C didn't try R&B? How do you know that he's not maybe indoors trying to do Amapiano? You know what I mean? And also, you also need to put yourself out there. You need to put yourself out there, make sure that you are visible on all the social media platforms. As much as you're trying to perfect your craft, make sure that your image is clean, your brand is clean as well. Because as a radio station, we just don't want to play anybody for the sake of playing music on air. And that's my perspective as a radio broadcaster and a producer from CUTFM. Cool.
Thank you. Dumelang. My name is Dunisan Chawalala from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in Pretoria. We are quite happy with the kind of conversation that is happening here, because that's exactly what we want to see, especially, shaping up the future of the young artists in our country. But let me start by saying this, that music has its own history, and its own history has got its own evolution. And its own evolution will tell you quite a lot. So I'm just saying to the young artists that are here, of course, that are discussing these issues of, I am classified as a hip-hop artist or R&B artist or Mapiano artist. So it's safe to say that with all that being said, we have to say that if you rewind, let me say 400 years ago, what was there? There was no hip-hop, there was no kwaito, there was nothing, right? I'm a former music student from a varsity, right? And of course, I've learned a lot, Mozart, Beethoven, and all that, right? And you get a sense that, okay, fast forward to where we are now. The future is with you as young people, not to only box yourself from what you are establishing yourself as. Because all these styles that are there, including Mapiano, 10 years ago, there was no Mapiano, right? So what my brother is saying in the front, especially to the gentleman here, is saying that you have an opportunity to learn something new. Maybe you can be that kind of an artist who will be capable of bringing a new idea which does not exist. So as young people, don't be afraid to get into a new terrain. Thank you.
Sharp. Show Majitera. Wala. Show of it. Sharp. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got Atumela, so. So my brother, why you riding in Voyageon? Can I get man? What's his name?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, but we're not crushing you. We're just
Yeah.
unlocking something. Or
Now I'm cool. You can keep going now.
but at least you have a manager here.
Yeah, I have a manager.
At least you have a manager. Oh.
Yeah, at least.
Sharp.
Also,
Yeah, and then you can meet that sister there, can
Yeah.
help you to put out your music as well.
yeah,
You see, you're at the right place, ne?
I'm at the right place.
Not MTV, ne?
Yeah, I'm not MTV.
Sure. Alright. And then, Hotman she's also. Okay.
I just wanted to say that, look, with the evolution of the music industry, you realize that a couple of years back, let me say rewind 20 or 30 years ago, you realize that there were so many artists who were selling a lot. And I'm happy that you mentioned some of their companies that you went to in Gauteng. And when, we move from those LPs to cassettes to CDs, you realize that, emphasis was so high on pushing the numbers of gold disc, 25,000 copies, platinum, 50,000, and the like. And that is not happening. I can tell you the struggle, it's not only faced by you as young people who want to get into the market. Even the artists that I know that used to sell double platinum, triple platinum, they are really struggling where we are now, because they are struggling with the digital environment. So if I compare those artists and yourself, as a young person, I'll say you are much in a better position to lift yourself up, because you have an opportunity to learn. Because some of them, of course, they are in their, over 60 plus, so it's difficult for them to move into this new way of doing things, especially with the fourth industrial revolution. So the future is with you guys, that are here. Thanks.
Any question? Zilo? Any question? Godman, you want to add something? There's a mic, you can add something. Okay, cool. Okay, I don't know now who is the MC. Okay. Javas. Bagay ba chihuahua? Okay, bagay ba chihuahua? Bo, okay, na repeat.
Okay, thank you, Tabeza. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, artists. We're supposed to be the vibiest people in the city right at this moment. And we are musos, aren't we? Okay, I'm gonna feel you guys. Hi. I'm just a girl who speaks. So, okay, but anyway, I'm sure we're here to warm up. But good afternoon and an official greeting from myself. I will be actually driving the rest of the program from now on. My name is Asavela Mbata, and I get paid to talk in everything that I do in my life. So just for you to know who is talking to you and who will be directing the conversation this afternoon, I am a hotelier, amongst other things that I do, operating in the tourism space. I am a broadcaster, and that's why I said I get paid to talk. So, which is why I'm going to be also steering the conversation this afternoon. And then just before I move on to our next speaker, can we just also, give a round of applause to the rest of our panel that is here. The one that just got off is DJ Dobeza, we know him. Abudua Bianone. That's what you know him for. Well, that's what at least what I know him for. And also, if I may, you were a healthcare worker at some stage. Yes. So because I bit that much, he was like, "Yazini, I get madi as a paramedic and stuff. Kiloko kotisa piano into the things, yeah." Sorry, man. And then right next to him is Newa Muselane. Welcome. And I know Muselane will be our next speaker. So he will be actually talking, to you more on a motivational space, because we do understand breaking into any industry has its own downfalls and failures, its mishaps, its challenges, and now he's going to be talking to you more on the failures and how to deal with that, amongst other things, and also ensuring that you are prepared for the success that you are dreaming of, yeah? And then right next to him, the rose amongst the thorns. Sibongile Chavalala, welcome, my lady. And she will be talking about the importance of quality and the music submission process as well, which the gentleman who was asking most of the questions, I could hear that he's gone through the most tedious processes. And what I can say to you is that do not despair. You're probably nearing your crux. And then right next to him, we've got Dumisho Noto. Okay, so Dumisho Noto is a branding, I want to say a marketing expert or fundi. So he will be talking to you more, around, running a label and brand building, and what you need to know, and also give you more on his experience. And he's actually been at the forefront of quite prominent brands as well. And we will be joined by Bansapa online, and then we also have Mondli Ngobo and DJ Melon who will be joining us as well. But for now, please give a round of applause for Newa Miselane, who will be talking to you about dealing with failure and preparing for success.
Thank you very much to the MC, and I just want to welcome everybody. Yet again, good afternoon. Are you doing great? Are you good? Okay, please let's just give ourselves a round of applause for being here, please. I want to greet the panelists. Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor and a privilege to see you being here in the Free State with us. So thank you very much. Guys, come on. I think the conversation has to continue, right? And you know, when he started speaking, I was listening to him. It's very interesting that we have so many different speakers, and he's saying that I want to have a conversation. You know, I think that's what we need in these days. We need conversations. We need to speak up. We need to understand what is it that you need so that we can insights and help you. In the conversations, you can also help us. You understand? So let us be open-minded. I think the conversation will continue somewhere, somehow. Ne? Yeah, we'll still continue the conversation. So as they said, I'm Neo Moselani. And I never thought I would be here, but before I even tell you my profile, I'm here because I think it was on Friday. Friday, I was having a mental health training for Centlec Men, and I met Jarvis. And Jarvis also told me about this wonderful event that they have, which is this event. And I really love the idea because now I think being young people going into establishing yourself, your music, it's a very hard journey because you are building your life, you are building yourself, so it's not that easy. You know, so I thought it's going to be amazing for me to be here. So I'm grateful for the platform and the opportunity. So by profession, I am a neuroscience practitioner. I deal with mental health. I'm a specialist in mental wellness. And I'm also a CEO at Architecture Life Global Mental Health Institute. I'm also into personal development, working at New Motivation Academy. And I've been doing this for over 7 years now. So I'm training the South African Defence Force, Sanlam, SAPS, Golden Key. We have many organizations that we are helping, and we are currently also established in the UK, Middle East, and also in South Africa. And I want to speak about South Africa, young people in South Africa, you as an individual, and all of that. Let me start here. I want to be as real as possible. You're going nowhere if your mind is not fit enough. And I've seen many people believe that if they have lots of money, which is very good, have lots of money, I encourage you to do so. But many people think that having lots of money is kind of enough to get you going mentally. It's a straight lie. It's a straight lie. Otherwise, I won't be having the clients that we are having that are struggling mentally, but they are very established financially. But mental wellness is about building a strong mind that will enable you to establish balance in your life. Ladies and gentlemen, you need balance. You need balance in your social life. You need balance in your emotions. You need balance in your finances. You see, when something in your life is not in alignment, that's when you're going to develop what we call mental conflicts. Let's say you're an artist and you're really doing great. As an artist, your music is out there, but you're not making money. So it means something is not in alignment. And that can cause mental conflict. And mental conflict, they are literally mental wars. You can find yourself asking yourself a question like, am I even worth it? If I'm at this space doing great things as an artist and I'm not getting paid, am I even worth it? You start to doubt yourself. Have you tried something and it doesn't work out and you start doubting yourself? To say, ish, look at other people and like what's wrong with me? You see, that's development of mental conflict. And they happen if there's no alignment in your life. That's why I want to start there. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever you do in your life, make sure that you establish balance in your life. There has to be an alignment of everything that you want in your life. Are we clear on that part? Now, going into dealing with failures. We all know that it's impossible to think ever in your life you will achieve great things without failing. You must fail. You must fail a lot of times. You must fail a lot of times to get the proper win. It's easy for people to applaud you because you're doing great work, but if you can share the story of how you got there, people often don't believe it. You know, I remember 2020, when COVID came. Now this is when the business was actually growing. It was growing. And that was a great hit. And I was sitting at home thinking to myself, what am I gonna do now? I just went into schools, I just went into universities, and we are ready to start training. But now they are telling me there's COVID. I didn't even want to think about the regulations. I just wanted to be there and train, but it was impossible, as you remember how sensitive it was. And I was sitting at home and thinking to myself, I failed. I thought I failed. I sat there and I said, nah, I failed, man. I'm a failure. And why does this happen just after my greatest breaks? And now we are faced with COVID. What is this? You know, I started making some crazy prayers, asking, Exe, are you against me? Why COVID now? Are you against me? Don't you like me? What's going on here? Dude, guys, please don't laugh at me, ne? You know screen recorder? Yeah, basically I started making manuals, and then with the screen recorder, with the voice on, I started recording videos. And what I will do is I would upload them on my drive, send them to universities, send them to schools, and people will start watching. My face was not there. It was just the recorder. 3-4 nyana videos. I felt like they're gonna say, ish, Abraka, this thing is not working. But let me tell you, they say, wow, this is amazing. Data, it takes less data, especially for school learners. It takes less data for universities, good. It's not long videos. I started running my business on the phone just when I thought I failed. And let's go forward, years after that, 2 years, which is now. Now we are running everything on social media. We are running everything online. Screen recorder now is what I do, plus I've got a device that can show my face. My question to you is, what are you doing with your failures? Are you crying about them? Or are you learning something? What are you doing when you fail? Because as a human, one way or the other, you will not always get it right. But the question is not whether you get it right or not. It's what do you do when you don't get it right? What do you do when you get it right? But what are we doing? Who's over 60 years in this place? Over 60 years. No one is over 60 years. 50 years, over 50 years? Not yet, not there yet. So what I'm learning is that people in this room, we have the time to make it work. We have the time to get this thing right. 10 failures are nothing when you can get up 11 times. 15 failures are nothing when you still can get up 16 times. The problem is when you cannot get up, right? So we need to push strong. So I'm going to give you qualities on how to deal with failures. Number one, you need to be resilient. Please note that down. You need to be resilient. I wish I had a spring ball, but we all know a spring ball, a tennis ball. When you take it and you throw it down, what does it do? It bounces back. You need the ability to bounce back. You got to bounce back. Some situations are going to hit you hard. You need to bounce back. Because you have a vision, you have something that you want to achieve in your life. You're not going to achieve the thing if you don't have the ability to bounce back. Or I submitted this music and they rejected it. Fine, let's go again. Another song, we resubmit. We look at what was wrong, why was I rejected, and then you go again. I was listening to you, my brother. You say, you've done so much. Oh, you haven't started. Yeah, bro, you haven't started. There is so much more to do. And you might be sitting there thinking, but what else? Everything else. We need to bounce back. You will not be successful if you can't bounce back. Now, when we speak of resilience, we speak of your ability to recover from failures and difficult situations. We've had people that have lost hope thinking, I will never be able to recover. Well, that's your mind telling you that. And the mind is powerful. The moment you allow it to tell you that, you will dwell in your failures. And your failures will be the rest of your life. You'll be a failure. Refuse it. Refuse it. You had one opportunity that didn't work out. But who said that's it? Who said that's it? Anybody who told you it's over lied to you. You need to recover. You need to get up. You need to push. You strategizing on how you're going to get the thing done. Why? Because you are breathing. And well enough, blessed enough, if I look at everybody in the room, no one is disabled. So we are even at an advantage. Do you understand? So we got to push. We got to push this thing. Life owes you absolutely nothing, but you owe it everything inside of you. There's value in you that you have to establish on earth. And for you to be able to establish that value, you must be resilient. You must be resilient. Now, take failures as an opportunity for you to replan, to reposition yourself, to rethink. You don't have to change the vision, but you can change the strategy. You must rethink. If you look at many war series or you look at many war movies, one thing you'll see is that when kings fight against each other, and it's even in history books, the king with the best position has an advantage over the fight. But the winner is the one with the greatest strategy. Guys, sometimes we are at the better position. Why? Because we have good content. We have good music. Some of us even have budget. So the positioning is good. But we lack strategy. We lack strategy. We can't build relationships. We can't negotiate. How are we going to be successful if you can't do those things? Better position, but wrong strategy. As the gentleman was saying, that we are young, so we have the advantage. We're at the better position. But we lack strategy, Buffett. We lack strategy, ladies. We need to re-strategize. So when you fail in something, just sit back and replan. How can I do it better? How can I do this thing right? How can I get it right? So many people look at me today and think, Braga, it's so easy for you. Yeah, of course it is. Hey, bro, you must be getting lots of payments. Of course I am. It's my job. I worked for this. I've failed many times for this. So I'm not here trying to feel sorry for myself that I'm doing well. I'm excited about the fact that I'm doing well. But I know it wasn't easy. Yeah, but I got rejected. Blind. But I was resilient. I said, I'm going to push anyway because this is what I want for my life. Now, don't complain. Don't cry for too long. Just make a plan and move on. I'm not saying don't cry. Don't cry for too long. I've heard people saying that it's not good to cry as a man. Hey, Baba, you must cry in your room. Cry, finish. After crying, get back to work. You are human. You must experience your emotions. Be honest with yourself. Cry. After crying, people don't have to see you. Get back to work. Go and kick your pillows in the room where no one is looking. But after that, go back to work. Go back to work. Do what you need to do. Now, it's not easy to achieve great things. You will have lots of obstacles and challenges. And listening to the questions that DJ Tobetsa was getting, it shows that definitely there are challenges in this journey. There are challenges because I believe that your journey is great as an individual. That's why you are being challenged. But are you going to fight? Or are you going to cry too long? It's all up to you. Now, please, let's build resilience. The second one I want to give you is refocus. Refocus. I think what you are trying to do, Braga didn't understand. You are actually showing him possibilities, not really trying to change his direction. The reason why, as I'm sitting there and I'm thinking you are actually helping him to see possibilities, is because you are in the system. So you're not talking about something you don't know. You are actually in the system, and you are in the system, right? That's why you're asking the questions that you're asking. To say, hey, this thing, we are trying over and over again. Listen, refocus sometimes is simply a strategy to get you where you want to go. Have you heard people saying that sometimes I do everything that I don't want to do so that at the end I can do everything that I want to do? Sometimes life can give you that. That's why you need to be flexible. I studied philosophy, and I studied first philosophy, and I did political sciences. All of these things, they were not really my passion. My passion has always been helping people mentally, but I had to go that direction. Understand philosophy, reasoning of man, learn about human culture, learn about human mind, and then I was able to study neuroscience. So sometimes your journey might be different. Someone else's journey might be straightforward, and your journey might want you to take 3 corners before you can get to where you want to be. It's okay. You know why? Because you want that thing. So you will do whatever it takes to get that thing. So let's learn how to refocus before we fall into depression. We need to learn how to refocus. Now, when we speak of refocusing, we are speaking about changing your attention and concentration on the future rather than the past. Guys, when you fail, it's okay. But refocus. Focus on the vision. Focus on the future. Please. Please change your attention. You can't always say, I failed, I'm swag, I'm in. Hey. You can't always be the victim. There's another chance, and victimizing yourself might make you lose the next opportunity because you will fail to see it. Refocus. There are so many things I would love to do that I'm not doing as yet, but I know I've got time, I'll do them. But I'm focusing here. I had to refocus and focus on mental health. So don't be afraid to change your attention. And when we say to change your attention and concentration, we lose your values, lose your, guys. Ribuaka planning and systems. You need to be able to be flexible mentally, to build systems that are right for your vision. If this system is not working, fine. We get another system. You understand? And your focus will determine your direction. When you take a gun, if you can check with the guns, it's simple. Wherever you are pointing, that's where the bullet is going. Right? is because your focus determines your direction. And my question to you as an artist today is, where are you going? With your career, where are you going? What is your focus point? What is it that you want to achieve with your music? Do you even have it? Or, I just want to make music, because we get a lot of, I just want to make music. Okay, fine. What is the goal? What is the vision for your career, for your music career? What are you doing? Because if you want to make music, and you wake up in the morning, you go into studio, you make music, then that's it. Your music doesn't need to be on the mainstream, doesn't mean it, because you just want to make music. But the moment you say, no, man, I want my music to be on the mainstream, now you're putting something else. You're saying, you just don't want to make music. You want to distribute music. You want people to listen to your music. Labon, you need to be specific. Focus requires you to be specific. What are you doing with your career? What are you doing with your music? Who's your target market? Do you know your target market? I'm just singing, I'm just rapping. Hey, Baba. Hey, you'll see flames. You'll see flames. I don't know if you heard what the lady said that was sitting. She said, she can't take you to a certain community because they won't appreciate your style. That's not what they want. But if you can take someone else, for me, that person definitely is boring when I listen to the category of what they're doing. But for that community, that's the best person. That's the right person. You need to know your target market. If you go for the wrong target market, even when you have the right product, you might have the right song, guys, but for the wrong people. Know your target market. Know your target. Remember a suicide prevention program, and it was licensed to go global. For the love of the people, I said, I want to start in villages, get the hall, get people there. We would have so many people from different communities sitting there. We'll give training. But when we leave that place, we say, something is wrong here. These people are not listening. So we call them and say, what's happening? Talk to us. Why don't you feel the need to partake in this suicide prevention? And they say, we are poor. We want food. You understand? So the person that was right for those people was the person that will come with projects that will give them money, that will give them jobs. Do you understand me? Because I'm sitting there helping them not to commit suicide, but they are broke and they want money. And once they don't get food and money, they will commit suicide. So I said, you see, this is the wrong target market. We need someone else here. And you need to be okay with the fact that some communities will not appreciate you. It's fine. How now? Well, no man will appreciate you everywhere. Some people must reject you. It's okay. Because they don't, and sometimes it's not that they are being bad. They just don't like your music. They just don't like your product. And they have the right not to like your product. But don't put yourself in a position where you feel like you are forced to make everybody in the room to like your product. Or you're depressed, you're going to be depressed. You're going to be depressed. So please change your focus. Look forward. Please look forward. Anticipate future wins. As much as you have feeling you are trying to anticipate future wins. Who said you will not win? Anticipate future wins. Well, I failed in this thing. I'm going to try this. If I fail, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this. Anticipate future wins. Are we clear on that? Now, as we close it, this one. Please share this with your families and friends. This skill is everything. Artists, negotiate. You must negotiate. Where do you think you are going if you can't speak for yourself? Guys, you must be able to put people down here and negotiate. I bring this value. What do you bring to the table? Nah, I bring this. No, this is not for you. How can I get here? How can I make it my project? What can I do to please you? Show me, show me. You must negotiate. People can't speak for themselves. That's why they have all the potential, all the great things inside of them, but they are not able to express it to the world because they have no platforms and opportunities because they fail to communicate persuasively. Baba, negotiate. I've seen people that don't have the best capacity, people that lack in the area, dominating because they negotiate. Negotiate. Every deal that I have, every license that I have right now to go and train in any global market is through negotiation. I had to show them my product, but I had to negotiate. It's not just about your work, it's about what you can say. What are you saying about your brand? What are you saying to the people? What are you saying to the people that are holding resources? Do they even know you? I mean, I don't know how many premiers have looked at me like this and said, nope. And I come again next week and they say, nope. And I come again next week until someone say, I'm going to give this guy that opportunity. Give that guy. Here we know this is not a loss. Give that guy. Over and over again, I make those calls. People telling me it's impossible to collaborate with universities. I speak to the rector. They say no. I say, fine, I'm coming next week with a better deal. I come next week. They tell me you're going to wait 3 months for that appointment. Yeah, Baba, I'll sit in that office. I'll wait. When he leaves, I say, 2 minutes. Negotiate. Speak for you. If you can't speak for yourself, the world is going to abuse you. The world is going to use you. When somebody gives you a contract, they are negotiating their terms and their value. So when you read, you didn't compile the contract, right? It's them. They are telling you, excuse me, everything that they need to work with you. When you take a pen, you sign without negotiating back. Yeah? Say read and say, hey, number 3 and number 4, point number 3 and point number 4. Can we adjust it to this? Can we put it here? Can we please do it like this? This is how you win in business. This is how you're going to win for yourself. When you are able to communicate persuasively, when you are able to negotiate, please speak for yourself. This world will abuse you, King. Do you understand? You will remain on the same level with the best and the greatest potential if you can't negotiate. The problem is not your potential. Sometimes the problem is not even your product or your content or your services. Sometimes the problem is that you can't speak. Speak up. Taking it to mental health, speak up. When you don't like something, when you are being mentally oppressed and challenged and tormented, speak up. Because as neuroscientists, we've found out, as long as you are able to speak about your problems, you are able to develop systems to overcome them. Speak up. Tell people your position. Take control of your life. Take leadership of your life. If you don't want to, I'm telling you, I'm surrendering you to the world, and the world is going to abuse you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think with that being said, le sharp, le grand. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Neo. That is Neo Moselane. Guys, why are you now slouching further into the seats? Why it's a halafel? Wedding netine. It was a thing. And we've got behind me who's had first-hand experience because he's been nodding his head to certain things. But I'm actually going to open up the floor to you for questions. If you've got any questions for Neo on any particular point that you would like him to address as far as your experience is concerned, or how to translate or deal with certain things he might have mentioned, and you were kind of confused. But he did, what you mentioned, you spoke about a lot of things now, and it actually concludes to the artistry element being a sales element, because especially the negotiation part, I got moved because I'm a salesperson myself. And really, to get anything that you want, you can't get it easy. Where a person just nodded a head and didn't give you difficulty around getting it, just know that it's just gonna slip out of your hands as easy as you got it, And basically also being certain, being assertive, the persistence, the continuous knocking on doors. And when I say it's like a sale, salespeople get rejected all the time by brands, by customers that want to buy into their products or services. But when those doors close, or when someone says no, does that mean shopo ya kwalo? Shopo ha e kwalwe. Ho na le a tlo fetang a hloke service eo. Or if it means you take it to the people, you knock on more doors until those who open will actually buy into your product, buy into you as an artist. So I really, really hope that the conversations that I ignited, that I had today, are going to have you go back to those rejections or those moments that made you feel despondent, or made you feel that whatever can as the parents want, because I'm gonna get in easy because there's crime and police are needed and there's a shortage of it. I'm sorry, I'm just using policemen as an example because it was just there. So I'm gonna open it up to you. Questions?
Okay, my question is it goes to the artist. Buffett, how do you deal with rejection and failure?
Do you have a mic?
Can I answer that? Okay, rejection and failure. Jwalo ka Dinewa buile ne, like rejection and failure, it's something that's obvious. Obvious. Like we live in reality. You have to jwalo ka buile hore ha se batho kaofela ba tla rata content ya hao, ha se batho kaofela ba tla rata music wa hao. So it's pretty obvious that you're going to be rejected in the long run. Some offers you might not close the deals the way we're not batlangating, So you just have to, put it in yourself and just accept, failure is obvious, it will happen. Rejection, it's obvious. La o rejectwa ke tshego, it's ha ona tshego kaofela ba tla o rata. It's obvious. La o le motho o le jwang, but not all women will be pleased by you. It's obvious. So you have to put it in you, instill it in you, install it in yourself, whatever, failure is obvious.
Yeah, but how do you deal with it?
Can I answer that?
Like before you answer, like, kopa o inahane pele.
Yes.
Yes. How do you deal with failure and rejection? What do you do?
Normally when I get rejected, I could say my self-esteem decreases a little bit because it feels like I'm not doing enough. So what it does to me, it makes me doubt myself very much. And but the positive thing, I just feel like I have to do more. It pushes me to do more. Like, why did I get rejected? Why did not I succeed doing this? What did I fail at? And what is the lesson behind this? So it also has a negative impact and a positive impact. The negative impact is just that I doubt myself very much, and yeah, my doubt is what I'm doing is actually good. What am I doing wrong? Am I bad at this? And then, but the positive part is that I get to learn from that mistake, and I get to do some research about what I'm doing to get more knowledge on how I can improve or fix that. Yeah, that I could
You
say.
answered. Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
Sure. I wanted to ask a question, because I think the most problem ke for, ha re le batho, we don't know how to forgive ourselves. Ne? Forgiveness. And for other people to forgive us, we have to learn to forgive ourselves. So, ne ke batla ho botsa hore Neo, like how do we learn to forgive ourselves? Because re na le ho etsa di-mistakes tse leng hore di a kwatisa, or it's nobody's fault, it's our fault. And then we go on.
Do you have an example? Because I think from I don't want to say clinical, make it sound, but it's quite deep. Do you have an example of what it is? Let's point it back to your craft. You know the rejections you've had, and you know maybe some of it would be your own doing. Would it be Bagenzeo, where you say that we didn't have a belly before you can forgive whoever? So that's why I need you to actually make it as direct and make an example of maybe a past experience. And because the idea that I have today, I really hope that as artists that leave here, we're gonna leave different people and with different insight as to how are we gonna wake up tomorrow to go say we're going to do things differently, to have the responses that we need in our artistry. So, if you can.
Okay. Yeah, an example I can use, it's maybe, you were given a deadline to submit something, online, and then you don't submit it on time. And
Okay.
it's your fault because you didn't do it on time. And then you get your friends telling you, hey, man, I submitted my things, got accepted, and you're the only one that didn't submit. So you're left there with the guilt and you can't forgive yourself.
No. Okay. I believe there's a lot of experience here.
Yeah, okay. Ke tlo etsa simple njane. I go artist. Let's say ubukile wa patalwa. And then you don't come to the gig. Ne? Kore ke etsa
Sure.
ke etsa example e etsahalang. Something e etsahalang in the industry. You get booked, you don't pitch. Wama cuts. But you get
I'm
paid.
listening.
Ne? So now, when you say we need to forgive ourselves first, you can forgive yourself whether into like Kispanisa house perform. So now you don't pitch, we must forgive you.
Yeah.
You understand? So I think your point is when I the artist, we must take ourselves serious. We must take our job serious. And challenge. Don't do something and then you expect to apologize or feel bad. And you got paid. And then now, if I was a booker, anymore worry and then you must call Rodman to I think the artistic recover self. Like example, yesterday, there are DJs with them somewhere. They didn't pitch, all of them. And then if you don't call them, the waits are equal.
Need.
You understand? My boss, Wafitla Spani, I wanted the DJ. But I told my boss or him, my DJ saw 1, 2, 3, but I'm not there. My boss get there before me. Whose fault is it?
Are there people who didn't pitch out?
So now I must forgive you.
Afternoon, everybody. I want to disagree a little bit because I liken your sentiment to a parent that's giving tough love because they've been there before. Yeah, you've made the mistakes, and you speaking to yourself, your younger self, that's what you'd have said to your younger self to say, why must I forgive you? You understand what I'm saying? And rightfully so. He's saying he's acknowledging that he made the mistake. He wants to do better in the future. But how will he do better in the future if he's still holding on to the mistakes he made in the past? So what I would say to you, my brother, is that I personally believe that to let go of the past, you need to move on to the future. It's something that like people say about it's maybe it might be a bit age restriction, but to get over something, you have to get under something, right? So to forget whatever mistakes that you made, rectify them by making sure that everything that you do in the future, you do it better than what you did in the past.
Keyword mo brago dilige rectify. So basically it's like I'm listening to both of them, is that you need to take responsibility. Rectify your mistakes, and then it's going to be easy for you to accept and forgive yourself. But if you don't rectify the mistake, and if you don't take responsibility, you're going to find it very difficult to forgive yourself, because there will be a repetition of that cycle, yeah, but there's something outstanding. You understand? So everything has to be done. Like, it has to be done. If you have hurt someone, for example, and you feel very bad of what you've done to them, and you want to forgive yourself, you need to go to them first. Apologize. Make things work. Compensate where you need to compensate. Go home and say, whew, I've done the right thing. Now I can forgive myself. But let's say you say to yourself, I forgive myself, it's okay. But you don't rectify. That person tomorrow, they go on social media. They say, hey, mama has hurt me, man. They have done this. So there's a reputation because it's outstanding. So the question would be, on all of your mistakes, what is outstanding? What is it that you haven't sorted out? Because if you haven't sorted out, it will always bother you. You have to deal with it, and then, you know, man, just, you made an example assignment, ne? Deadline, and you have to submit something. You know how it feels when you submit on time? It's like, yeah, you need that thing before you can forgive yourself. You need to make things right, and then, hey, brah, you are human, you make mistakes. Don't repeat that. I'm sorry, I love you. Let's focus on the future now. You get it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, James. I see hands. And then the right behind you, Nechafetz. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. How you guys doing? I hope you guys are good. Adding on to the question that the brew had here, I'd love to. Oh, sorry, it's Music Shanza, aka the Sheriff. Thank you. Sure. Adding on to what the brew said, I just want to make a connotation of the statement, or rather, speak the opposite of what he was saying. In this regard, he was saying, what if you can't forgive yourself? But now, let's say someone had done something to you, and now it's not a matter of you forgiving yourself, it's a matter of you forgiving the other party. Own experience. I won't mention names or shame anyone. In the past, I had made songs. I had made a song for someone. It was supposed to be a feature, and then another artist had to sing the very same lyrics that I did, basically my own song. And then the song kind of got big a bit, you get me? Yeah. So I had anger towards this person, and I couldn't work, going forward. It always rather blocked my creative juice all the time. When I wanted to make music, I would think of this guy. Look, he's living the life that I was supposed to be living, or rather maybe gigging because of, that was my idea, that was this, So if you have such experiences, because you wanna be stuck in the in the past. Right now, it's not a matter of you forgiving yourself, but it's a matter of holding a grudge to the next person that basically took your work and made it their work. So if you also have that such of an experience, how I overcome it, I just believe the Uti, I'm the best, and even if you can take something, you can make it the way I make it. So you have to own yourself as an artist.
Yeah.
So if you don't own the brand that you trying to, bear in mind, the only person that knows how you want your brand to be, it's yourself. You get me? And you are the only person that know where you want to be in the future, or where do you foresee your brand. So I had to take that thing and be like, you know what, Sharp, you did this whatsoever. And for me to feel good, I'd even texted the bro. I was like, bro, can we please make more music? Let's work. You understand? And after I did that, I became at ease and I was able to work. And bear in mind, even to...
Excuse me, can I stop you? Did you address the past
Yeah,
incident? Because
for sure.
you know certain things, some people will be like, "Ah, Ndanga Sharp," or so we move and
No, for
I'll
sure.
pay to happy, you know. So sometimes we need to clarify that, okay, ke Sharp, what you did was not cute, and I'd still feel there's some value in what we can do together, but don't do that.
No, for sure. We
Okay.
did speak. I was like, bro, for me, listen, I'm a songwriter, I'm a producer, I'm a vocalist, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes your beat doesn't fit necessarily for my voice, you know, but you still need my writing skills, right? So it's nice if you had said, Hlonza, can you please write a song for so and so? You know, I really want to work with you, but his voice or her voice is much perfect for the song. So can you please help me arrange, compose the song? It's not a bad thing to compose a song and then it's being sang by another person, you know. So I did speak to him about that, and we are. I believe that we are okay, but me confronting him, I felt at ease, and I was able to start working, and I've grown past the years
The
coming to now.
incident.
So yeah,
Awesome.
that's what I wanted to say.
No,
Thank you very
great.
much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take one last question and then we're going to move to the next speaker. And please just try keep it brief. Thank
Thanks.
you.
The presentation was good from my brother there. That's what we also take serious from as a Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. 2 points quickly. One, there's some years ago, we were requested to meet with this particular artist, and my seniors were there, including the Director General of the department and the Deputy Director General. And the meeting was supposed to start at 10 o'clock. We waited there from 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. The artist was not there. And you can imagine you are a young artist and you're making the Director General of the Department of Arts and Culture to wait for 3 hours. And when we call, you're saying you are on your way, you are around the corner. And around that corner, even if someone was living from Polokwane, they will have reached Pretoria, by the way. But yeah, it just shows. No, I'm in concurrence with what my brother has presented. You say, look, you have to take responsibility. You know, for me, it would have been better if the artist would have said, look, something happened and will be 2 hours late. The DG will have moved to another meeting. We were waiting in that boardroom, drinking coffee, waiting, drinking water, going to the bathroom, waiting, coming back. So fast forward a couple of years later, when things are not going with that artist and people are not interested in having a meeting with you, it starts there. Take responsibility. When he gets there, they tell him that, Chief, you are late. No, he doesn't even take it serious. Like subconsciously, from a psychological point of view, it never even rang in his mind that he's late. It's like, yeah, I'm here, let's talk. And okay, present. The guy has nothing, not even a paper to say, this is the kind of a proposal, this is what I want to do, this is what I'm asking the department to assist with. All I'm saying is that it's those details that will assist you as young people. When you know, my brother this day said, you must knock in those doors. But what do you have in your hands when you knock in those doors? What is it that you have to present? Because nowadays you cannot stand in front of a corporate and say, I want you to sponsor my concert without a clear proposal, without a clear analysis of the return on investment of that particular corporate. So it's all those meticulous details. You're not expecting you to know everything, but engage. You have to surround yourself with the right team, right? And lastly, from 2020 around there, of course, during the COVID-19 pandemic, it was bad, right? Some of us were in the front line of that, in the sense that we were there when we had to unlock from level 5 to level 4 and what could be open for the sector. I'm responsible for cultural events, and I couldn't recommend for festivals to be opened. At some point, I did. And when it happened, it was very difficult. You're sitting with lawyers and all that, because I was dealing with the issue of facing the artists that are wanting to go back to practice and they could not be allowed to. Of course, the health department did not reason the same way with us as from the arts and culture sector. But when we were trying that, what was happening behind the scenes was that I saw artists committing suicide. I've been there in that front line when that particular family is facing that issue of burying their loved one without a cent. I was there. I was requested by the former minister to say, go to the family of that artist. I went there, I saw some of the artists that were not well. It was tough. That's why the former minister came with a program of SLAPA, which is the wellness for the artist. And rightfully so, artists will say, I don't need a wellness program. I need a gig to perform. I need a platform to do that, you know. So I'm just saying that the challenges that are here are quite universal, and we have to find a way of addressing them and confronting them so that, yeah, we can have a better future for the sector. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. You've actually said a mouthful, and I think every contribution made here today also talks to really the issues that have been there before, still there, and I think ours is to do away with them. We can't say they're still going to be there. Yeah, the only challenge you should have is, the only problem you should be setting is a minimum in supply. Other than that, you know, other problems we need to do away with. So now, we were going to lay out a red carpet for our only lady on the, the panel, but we shall visualize it, right? So I'm going to call up next our next speaker, Sibongile Chabalala, who will be talking about the importance of quality and the music submission process, rather. So yeah, this is a really important part as well. It ties up to a lot of elements that Neo spoke about on his address, and that also Dumisha is going to speak about in his. So please do take note, and yeah, come out here refreshed and renewed. My lady. Thank you so much, James.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Yeah, I thought I would be short, but I think I'm tall enough for this, right? So I am Sibongile Chabalala. I am a programs and talent manager for a television brand, right? So I work behind the scenes, and I see so many different things, but I think one of the things that really come through to me when it comes to speaking to artists and speaking to you guys, right, is that taking yourself seriously is the number one thing. And it's something Neo mentioned, right? So today I have a bit of a presentation for you. I'm gonna run through it quickly. I'm not gonna bore you with like details. So yeah, I'll just get started, right? And before I get into it, I just want to say again, thank you to everyone who's here. Thank you, artists. You're the most important part of this day. And thank you to our fellow speakers as well for making time today, and our lovely MC lady. All right. So yes, I represent Trace, standing up here. So when I was speaking to the organizers, she wanted for me to share a bit about the music submission process, which is a process a lot of artists, like it's the beginning, you know? You guys are always trying to send music to whether it's radio, whether it's TV, and essentially the process is the same, but a lot of the times we don't pay attention to detail and try to see exactly what that specific station or TV channel wants from us, like as artists, you know? So for me, I'm a creative, I'm an artist at heart. I actually started my career as an artist and advanced more to going behind the scenes. So all of the struggles, all of the things that you deal with, I know them. Like I know it from a personal perspective, you know? So I would say that firstly, we are a global brand, right? And we have over 350 million users in general around the world. And when it comes to us accepting content, for me as somebody who sees so many videos, like sometimes on an average day, nje, can someone please just guess how many videos I would see? Over? Over how many? Over 400. Over 600. 750, okay. That's a great place to start, but maybe the first half of my day, when I open my emails, that is just what I see. I just artist submission, artist submission, artist submission, artist submission, artist submission, right? So what I'm here to talk about more than anything is what makes you stand out from those 600 or 650 people or 700 people. You know, what is it that's gonna make me click on your specific video when I see it? So when it comes to the importance of quality, I'm just gonna share with you guys like our manifesto video here. I hope it opens up. Let's see. I think it might not. Oh, okay. Can you guys play it from your side? Just check. If it doesn't open, it's fine. Don't worry too much about it. You know, technical things. I work with technical things every day, but when I'm talking Shapang, is it fine? It's not opening. Okay, it's fine. It's all right. We can just skip past that. So basically, the video is essentially saying, guys, this is our music submission process, and then it has our QR code where you are able to then submit music videos over to Trace. It also tells you a bit about who we are as a brand globally, being 29 channels, and then being available in different countries, everywhere from your Zambia to Zimbabwe to Mozambique to London to UK to Paris, you know, and then here in South Africa as well. So that's just a breakdown of the different channels that we have. On my end, I handle one channel, but I support 3 other channels, right? So on top of the submissions that I get for my channel, when someone I'm working with is not around, I have to then jump in and see what other videos they have received from their end, right? So our mission as Trace is always to entertain and to empower our people to stand up and to shine. So our DNA is Afro-urban cultures and the hip-hop movement. And then our values is always respect, authenticity, passion, innovation, diversity, and inclusion, right? And then can you guys please just highlight that second word, which is authenticity, under our values? I'll come back to that. So this is what we create. So we are creating unique experiences with media, content, digital platforms, and events. So we are available on television, we are available on radio. We've got an app that gives courses. Right now, we've got a DJ course that's running, right, on Trace Academia. And then from there, we've also got our studios where you as an artist, you can visit our offices in Rosebank, and you are able to then come and record, whether it's content, whether it's an interview, whether it is your own song that you want mixed and mastered according to the standard that you think fits what radio and TV is looking for. And then we've also got a artist service, which is then distribution, right? So we are available in all facets when it comes to media. Right, and then these are different channels, are different territories. Across Africa. So as you can see, with local flavor, right? So in South Africa, you would say everyone from Aries to Nasty C, and then when you go over to the States, Bokadi B, you know. So we focus on hip hop and R&B on Trace Urban. And then on our sister channel, which is Trace Africa, that then is a thematic music TV channel dedicated to South African and Afro-urban music. So Afrobeat, rap, gqom, and amapiano. So that's where you will find Abo Kabza, you know, and Abo Babi Cooper, and other African artists like your Soko D's, and artists from Nigeria and the rest of Africa as well, right? And then this is just a picture of one of our shows, which is Future Maskandi, that has Abo Big Zulu on one of the episodes. It's a really cool show. I hope you guys checked it out when it was in season 1. Then from there, we've got Trace Gospel, you know, which is our gospel channel. And on that channel there, that's where you'll find all of our gospel artists. So Abo Betusile, you know, Abo Lebusi Khobela, and all of your gospel submissions would then go to that specific channel, right? So yeah, those are our 3 channels. And then the fun stuff, guys. So here we have our weekly playlist, right? So for us, we select about 70 songs per week, which are then in our playlist. And these are from like the top songs in the world. So think your Spotify, your Apple Music, your radio monitor. So the stats that come from Bo Metro FM, Lisedi FM, Ikwekwezi, we have to take all of that information and then take all of those videos and say, for this week, these are the top songs that the country is listening to. And that's what we then are going to feature, right? So our playlist is divided into 3 different categories, which is high, medium, and recu rotation. And a song on high rotation will be broadcasted between 50 to 70 times per week. And then these videos also feature at the top of our various chart shows of their popularity. So I have a chart show that plays at 10 every day, that is Hit 10. It features the top 10 songs in the country. And I would say at the moment, we have an independent artist who's at the top of that chart. and it's Blackie. Yeah. And so he's the one who's at the top of our charts on urban. He's the one who's on top of our charts at Africa. And he is an independent artist, right? So on that point, I'd like to go back to the chat about authenticity, right? As artists, sometimes we tend to think when we emulate or we look next door and someone is doing something and they are getting the doors open, then we think, yo, yeah, that's the right thing to do. And then we go away from like what works for us, what is true to us. Like maybe when I was a Kwaito, right? My guy in the blue. Maybe you're a Kwaito artist, and then the guy next to you is a Amapiano artist. And then you guys release your songs in the same week, and his song is climbing up the charts. His song is getting on Apple, his song is getting on Spotify, it's being played on Trace. And then you're like, hi, I think maybe I should leave Kwaito and hop onto piano, right? Only to find that sometimes we get to a point as schedulers and playlisters and compilers where we get tired of seeing the same thing. So when that one guy comes and says, get a Kwaito, here you go, here's the video, then we're like, just what we need, just what the country needs, because it's different, and also it's authentic. Because we can tell it's yours, it's something that you love to do, you've been doing it for a while, you've put your energy, your resources, and your time into it. And so we can see it from our end, and we're like, guys, fananga chance, play the guy. Then next thing, there you are, you're appearing on Trace, your song is now on Metro, your song is everywhere because you stayed true to who you are, right? And then your music video is the key to unlocking your stardom, right? So now I'm just gonna go into our submission tips and guidelines. So for us on Trace, you have to submit a video which has been released within like 3 months, right? While we like fresh new content, we like giving opportunities to new artists. So we need to see something that is still fresh, it's still new. And dated content, you can see when something is a little older than everything else that's playing like on TV, you know? And then you have to ensure that your videos are clear and crisp, 720p or higher. You see there, we even put an exclamation mark. Because sometimes, and I get it, you're using what you have, no? Sometimes you talk to your friend, you say, hey friend, I want to shoot a freestyle today. Pull out your phone. Then your friend pulls out their phone, they record your freestyle, and then you don't even change angles sometimes, you don't even make a storyboard, you don't even do something creative, you are like, yeah, I like it. Friend, do you like it? I submit. And then after seeing 600 other videos, I'm like, this person's not taking themselves seriously. You know, this person's not taking themselves seriously, you know? And then next, videos should not be longer than 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Why that is that everything, obviously, in TV and in radio is timed. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but a lot of the times, towards the end of the hour, so maybe 2:56, right? It's 2:56, you'll start hearing the adverts on radio. On TV, you'll also start seeing the adverts because everything is timed, everything works according to a certain time. So here's an artist, when you come now with a video of 6 minutes, we are like, you are taking time from other artists as well. And also, it's very important to keep content to the point and short, you know? So yeah, keep those videos under 4 minutes, 20 seconds. I would say 3 minutes. In the period that we live in, you guys, I'm sure, live more TikTok. The video that are longer than 30 seconds, right? So I think 3 minutes on average for TV and DSPs, try to keep it within that time. And then minimize profanity and vulgar language. This is my favorite. This is my favorite. You know, an artist will come and say, yo, sisters, ke submitile video, and then it will be him, Uko Kawashi, and then the guys are like washing the cars, the girls are there, they're in shorts, you know, and then they just pouring water on each other, and then giddy drinks, then there's like a lady there shaking her booty, which we love. Personally, I am a fan of artistic expression, right? So I love everyone from Lauryn Hill to Little Kim. Like Bochomi, Kim Rata the same as Lebusi Khobela. You understand? But you have to think about it like this. Every video that we get, there are standards for it, right? So there's a board called the BCCSA. And those are the guys who say, when you are playing swear words, when you are playing videos that are showing bums when kids are watching TV, meaning you are not supposed to be there. So at a certain time, you can't play certain content. So we have to make sure that if your little brother is at home watching TV, he sees the right stuff. You know, so that's why we say minimize profanity and vulgar language. And then an artist will come back and say, no, my sisters, nesty siena. Lejala music wa ulejalo, you know. And it's like, actually not. That's not supposed to happen. But for artists, you also need to understand, you want to make sure that your song, from the moment it is submitted, it is ready to go. Your video, from the moment it's submitted, it's ready to go. No one must call you and say, hi, please remove swear words. Hi, please blur branding. It's supposed to not have specific brands, because other brands, like, I don't want to mention names or anything, but brands pay for time to appear on TV, and that's money. So if you have okay, it's fine, a Black Label bottle in your music video, and it's playing at a certain time, we can't play that because Black Label has to come back and pay us for that time. So that automatically disqualifies you from the whole process, because Black Label didn't sponsor your video. So that means, hori, there's nowhere where you benefited, and there's nowhere where we can benefit as well, right? And then no depictions of excessive violence, child abuse, or female objectification. I think I just like explained that whole thing. And then video format, guys, YouTube links, the best. Tried and true, the best. If you want to if you want to simplify the process for yourself, always keep YouTube videos. But make sure when you upload your video, go YouTube, it is at the highest quality we can find it in, you see? Then it makes things just easier for everybody. Also, for body MP3 and audio, make sure you've uploaded it maybe maybe a WeTransfer or whatever, but make it easy for us to find it. And make it easy for us to find you as well. It doesn't help now, I discover a video or you submitted a video and then more email addressing. How I get your email address? Then I can't contact you and tell you, hey, I'm going to play your video at this time on this day, right? And then very important, these tips are intended as guidelines only, and adhering to them does not automatically guarantee acceptance, you know, which is also very important. Just because you tick all the boxes, it doesn't mean at that specific time your video will fit what the channel or the station is going for, right? And then our submission process is basically artists and labels can submit online via our website, which is trace.tv, and exclusives and debuts go on email, right? So an exclusive and a debut is usually the video that is highlighted for the week. that we say we think this is a potential hit. South Africans should be watching and seeing this. And for that, we like to receive it via email. No one else must have seen it. It's not allowed to be on YouTube as well. And we like to give debuts to up and coming artists. So what happens, you get promo on social media, we share everything with you, and then you also get highlighted on a channel. We have a show called About to Blow as well, which plays at the same time every day, 4:45, yeah, 4:45. So then you also appear there, so you know you can tell your friends, hey guys, my video is gonna be on TV, you can watch it, catch it here. Wabo. And then every video submitted is subject to the Trace Viewing Committee, which is made up of ±5 Trace employees. So the music committee makes a collective decision on whether or not to playlist a video based on a variety of criteria, including quality of the video and the song, storyline in the video, the creative direction, props, effects used, and various sets and scenes of the video, and then the editing and post-production of the video. So this goes back to taking yourself seriously as an artist, right? When we sit in our committee, which is about 5 of us, we have a meeting every Monday, and then we'll sit and say, okay guys, for this week, these are the videos we received. Which ones are we then going to play? Which ones are we selecting, I guess? Then when we turn on the video, it needs to look good. Because what happens is we must be able to visualize it on TV already in that meeting. So if we can't see it on TV, then it's not gonna go through the process. Also, a good storyline. You know, when you watch a video and you can see who this person really put effort, they came up with a story, they did more than the typical stuff. Even if it's a love story, you know, you leaving your mother's house, you going to your friend's house, you sit, kostupung, you talk, and maybe you're telling your friend about a girl, if this is a love song, right? And then the girl then comes into the picture, and then you guys are chilling there together. That's a story. You know, it's telling me, this is where it started. He was telling his friend about the girl. Then now, baya balomlata, so together. Then at the end, maybe you are now in a relationship or a situationship. What's important is that I saw where it started and I see where it's going. It's also nice to see different things. So a story is very important, you know? So, yeah, and then we also have our promo packs, which we usually have, which then highlights social media advertising, TV advertising, website advertising, right? So what we like to do is to call it a Zoom pack, and you are able as an artist to then say, hi guys, I would like to promote my next music video. How can we then work together to make this happen? And the reason why we then wrote 1 week package cost to talent or 3 week package cost to talent is because it's not just a cost thing, it's a barter thing, right? Which is why it's important to take yourself seriously as an artist. Because sometimes you can come and say, hi, I have this many followers on social media. I would like to work with you guys to see how we can then have an exchange. We do that, we love that, we're a brand. You know, so we're always looking for ways to work together and to collaborate. And then these are then the same as the previous ones, which is then our scheduling process as well as our requirements. I'm just gonna skip past these. And then we also have our artist services, so it's our digital distribution, which allows you to get your music then on Amazon, Spotify, Deezer, Apple Music, and Tidal. And we can help you with all of that as well. So I think for me, on my end, I would say, when it comes to the importance of quality, take yourself seriously as an artist. The best thing that you can do sometimes is to ask your best friend new content, new ideas, but I have to see effort. What Neo said, actually, and I wrote it down, he said, what are you saying to the people with resources? A fan is someone with a resource. You know, they have a phone, they can go and like your post, they can go and watch your video, they can go and download your song. So when you shoot a video, what are you saying to the person who's going to watch it? When you record a song, what are you saying to the person who's going to listen to it? They need to be able to hear that you take yourself seriously. They need to be able to see that you take yourself seriously. And those things are not just limited to budget. It's not always about hore o tshwere bokae. Sometimes it's about saying, this is what I have, and I'm gonna make something very beautiful out of what I have. And a lot of the times, when you are working with what you have, people can see, and people jump on board and support that. So I think as artists, always take yourself seriously and count everything as a resource. And I think in closing, I would say always market across, work across. People like having this thing of, I want to go and work with somebody who's already made it, you know? But if you as yourselves now, Liduti so, form some sort of a network, like omungi photographer, omungi videographer, omung is good at writing so that's the person that will do your press releases, right? Which is then the document you will send telling the people in media and in television about the song. And then maybe the other guy is good at talking to people. That's the guy who can get you resources. Then that's the network that you work with. You work with what you have and you keep building from there. A lot of things as an artist, hadinki a team, because at the end of the day, you're still gonna need to oversee that team. Just because there's somebody who's your manager or your advisor, it doesn't mean now you let them control everything, they take over everything, no. It means simply that they are assisting you, so you still have to be of the forefront of everything. And I think in a digital age, we need to understand the importance of quality. Think of yourself as a brand. Then when we as people who are behind the scenes come across your content, we respect you. 5 followers, 10 followers, thousands of followers, not important, right? It counts, but because we like seeing and discovering things, we want to be the ones to tell people this guy is the guy everybody should be watching. So, take yourself serious, and we will take you serious too. Thank you.
Thank you, Swangile. There's actually a question for you on social media. I would like you to answer, but before that, I'll just like to welcome to the last 2 pieces of the panel, or puzzle rather, that makes up our panel. It's a bit of a tongue twister. And actually, when I got to know this duo, there is a hit song that they released together, DJ Melon on my left, and Babu Mondli Ngobo on the right. So welcome, gentlemen. Welcome, Emangawung is called, right? Gebanda. Umapolo bufike ephethe washing yakhe, all the items that he had in his hand are on his body. Okay, welcome, gentlemen. Welcome to the Free State Music Summit. Sibongile, the question that we had on social media was around the artist services, like distribution. Is there a cost to it, or just if you can just highlight some of the artists on that?
Okay, all right. So when it comes to the artist services, there isn't a cost to it, depending on which service you want specifically. But as I mentioned, we like working on a barter system, right? So seeing what you can bring to us and what we can then add to you. right? That always works the best because not everybody has money. I mean, it's South Africa. The economy is going through a lot. Giddy load shedding.
Yeah.
Like there's so many things happening. So for us as a brand, we like collaborating through quality and seeing how we can then work with artists. So no, it's not a cost-based thing.
On distribution
Yes.
specifically, it's also there's no cost.
So what kind of distribution?
It wasn't really specific. It just said, services like, for example, distribution.
Oh, okay.
I would like to, I don't want to assume, but I would like to believe music distribution through the various services that you have on the channel.
Oh yes, no, there's no cost to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any more questions from the floor? I've got a hand over there. Ke a kopa hle, hey.
Hey, ke na le voice e nngwe e sera sebele.
Good afternoon. Ne kopa dumelang wa bua.
Dumelang, Master. I stand up or is it cool?
Ne kopa lebitso and what you do as an artist
Oh,
and your
lebitso
passion.
ke Kade. I'm Kade, and I'm a vocalist, producer. I also host events, but I do everything independently, actually. So I just came here because I saw the music summit thing, but I didn't check the dates and all of that. So my friend sent me a link, and I decided to just come right now before it ends. Nah? So I'm not fully informed about everything. Like it's just to show. I'm just trying to show a few things. This is so important because I'm also an artist. Nah? But look at how many people are here. And all of these people is not like they're the only artists in the Free State right now or in Bloemfontein. So what I just wanted to ask was also going to the terms of distribution, costs and all of that for an artist. What I wanted to ask you guys was, do you think like pushing independently in the Free State right now, or pushing independently in Bloemfontein, it's going to work for us in artists that are not yet established, who are still pushing themselves? Or do we need to always go for PR teams or get people who are going to help us with marketing and all of that? Because I've been doing everything on my own. And now, the minute you start working with certain individuals who do not see you in that criteria that they want to put you in, for example, when you can say you must look clean, you must present yourself well, you must be outspoken, you must know how to speak for yourself, and all of that. There are people who do not have such qualities. There are people who do not have money. There are people who do not understand certain things. They just know what they can do, which is their creativity, which is their art. So are the people who are there literally to help them so that they can, not like, let's say in a year or once a month or something like that. But I'm just-
Sorry, do you mean ongoing support?
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Can I park you there just for the sake of time? Can I get, because I feel your question is split into various elements that some of the panels are going to touch on, especially where it comes to DJ Mellon in particular. I think this speaks to the music business as well. And also the next speaker, Dumisho Noto. I think you're also going to touch a lot on this. He's like, yay. Okay, so up next, coming to talk to you about running a label and building a brand is Dumisho Noto. Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, guys. Eka tsela yo, mara drip is forever, you know? So I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Yeah, as mentioned, my name is Dumisho Noto. Founded former Corey key account specialist, marketing, and A&R as well. I'll tell you a little bit more about that, but I'll talk to you guys and kind of get to know what you guys are, like what you and who I'm speaking to basically, so I don't like kind of speak over you guys. So I don't know if I can maybe just ask by a show of hands, who is a vocalist, somebody who sings, who raps? Okay, cool. Producers? Looks like it's the same hands again. Writers? Okay. Instrumentalists? Play keys, guitar, drums, okay. What else do we have? artist managers, okay, label owners or aspiring label owners, okay, all right. So the reason why I'm asking this is because I want to ask the reason why you kind of like started this. Maybe I can like ask somebody to volunteer. Or why are you creating music? Why are you an artist manager? What are you willing, like what's the immediate reason why you want to do this? I can just ask you at the back. I don't know if there's a mic close by.
Good afternoon. I go by the name of Unalena Palula. So basically, I started as an instrumentalist. I've been a piano player from church from a very young age. And then what happened was that I loved the development of Free State. I wanted to see Free State grow in the music industry. So I tried with one artist and it did work out. I'm just not gonna mention names right now.
Did it not end well?
Yeah, it didn't end well.
Don't worry,
Didn't end
we're
well.
gonna address that
Yeah.
as well.
Didn't end well due to financial, when finances are involved and there's no paperwork
Of course.
involved, it's an issue.
Of course.
And then I then realized from then that I do have a potential of developing artists from scratch. So,
Nice.
but one of the main reasons why I'm into the business I'm into is because of the love of it. It's because even when I'm sad, as soon as I do it, I become happy. No matter what, if I'm in the studio, it's a different scenario for me. I forget about whatever I go through, whether I have depression, whether I have issues back at home. But as soon as I'm on the computer and I'm playing piano, I'm good.
You're happy.
Yeah.
That's beautiful, man. Is there anybody else who wants to tell me why are you doing this music thing, man? I mean, it seems like it's not an easy thing to do, you know? Yeah, sure.
Hello again. I'm a music producer, like I said. I'm a vocalist and I own Music Age Media House. But I'm also a signed artist under Electro Mode. Yes. So I'm in the business of music mainly because of it's who I am. I'm one of the persons that say I didn't choose to make music, but music chose me. Mainly because of I was a soccer player growing up, and I saw myself as playing at like Kaizer Chiefs and whatsoever, because I also played for UJ. But at some point, music became a part and parcel of my life. I'm doing music because of I believe that music is part of our daily lives, you know. And we should actually thank God for music, because there is nothing that we do that does not involve music. Being, praying, you know, we play sports, we still sing. So music is basically part of our daily lives. But I personally, I do music mainly because of it's a way of connection to people. It's a way of communicating. Some people can't communicate, they communicate through music. Love, you communicate through music. If you are sad, you communicate through music. So basically music is therapy, you know. So I do music because of music keeps me sane.
Yeah.
Like he said, sometimes you go through depression and you listen to a song or you write a song and then you feel the burden being removed from your shoulders. So I only do music so that it's a way of communication and a way of feeling one, you know. A way of feeling complete. Also, I do music because of I want to be a superstar. You know, I'm in the line of being a superstar. And am I doing music for the money? True. You know, still want to make a living out of it. Not that I want to make a living out of it, I'm making a living out of music, you know. And we aspire to have houses, cars, you know, family, and financial stability. So one of the reasons why I'm in the music business is so for me to be able to live to my fullest possibility, or rather to my fullest potential, right? So that's why I do music, and for the love of it. I can't imagine the world without music. It will be a boring world.
100%.
Trust me. Yeah.
100%. And I love the answers that you guys are giving, because I think most of us on stage here, actually, that's probably the answer that we give. The reason why we are in this industry, in all the different aspects of it, whether it's like from a label, producer, like, you know, programmer, whatever it is. We all doing it because we have a specific love and passion towards it. But there's something that my brother said earlier on about having balance, right? So I'm here to rectify some of the mistakes that we have, especially at the level of the developmental stages as an artist, where you only focusing on the passion. Yes, you can have a passion, you go into studio every day, you're recording all of these things, but if you don't balance the passion with the business and trying to understand music as a business as a whole, you're gonna be losing out ultimately. So that's what I'm gonna be speaking about ultimately. So it's gonna be quite lengthy, but I promise you it's gonna be worth your time. So why you should listen to me, as I mentioned, I worked for Africa for 5 years. Like I signed quite a plethora of artists, but just to tell you a few labels that I worked with: Stay True Sounds with Kid Funk, Open Mic Productions that has Master KG, Makazi, the likes, 18 Area Music, which is vocalistic, House Africa, I'm sure a lot of you might know that one, legendary label from a couple of years back, Tim White, and Uncle Vinny, Teko Entertainment, recent with George Leslie, Artwork Sounds, Russell Zuma, Creative Corner with Uncle Waffles, artists I've worked with, Blackie. I mean, the list really goes on for quite some time. And the reason why I want to kind of like awaken you to how important taking the music business seriously is that, like, we're living in a digital world that CB mentioned just now. And I'm not going to say, I can't say that the traditional media has died. That would be ignorant of me to say, right? But what I will say, unfortunately, is that digital is leading traditional media right now, right? So they follow what's happening online. So you need to make sure that, like, you have all the tools to kind of have like an edge to convince the traditional media to like support you in all these other ways. They mentioned that Blackie is independent. That's because he signed to the distribution. He's doing everything himself. He's controlling his business, etc., etc. And the reason why he's able to get to that point where they support him on other channels is because he's built up that hype on the digital platform. So that's what I'm going to be quickly skimming through. This is a presentation I did last year at this very event, but I just want to kind of give you like the tools in terms of how to build that presence on the digital platforms. So I don't know if you can just show. I'm going to quickly like skim through it really quickly. So this is just the digital ecosystem, how, like, you know, Apple Music, Spotify, YouTube, Deezer, all the stores, how they work and how to kind of get like your streams up, regardless of like what distributor you're using, whether you're using Electromode, which is actually, you kind of lucky, I mean, not kind of, you're really lucky to be part of Electromode because like they're one of the leading ones alongside Africori, Platoon, etc. But that doesn't mean if you're using a DIY service like DistroKid, CD Baby, Ditto, Trace, it doesn't mean that you can't get the same results at the end. So yeah. So what is the role of a distributor? So a distributor basically takes your music, puts it online on all the stores. Most of the time they'll get like most of the stores, but there's some of them that are kind of niche, which is maybe the DIY ones, but they get all the big ones that you need. So you don't really need to worry about like anything else outside of that. And then another role that they do for you is that to try and get you playlisted, right? But some of them, their role is just to put you up. And then the onus is on you to try and get like the attention of the curators, etc., etc. Just to move to the next slide, just to give you an idea of how much music is coming out. In 2018, there was 24,000 tracks. This is just based in Africa alone, on Spotify as a store. 24,000 songs are uploaded every week, right? And then in 2021, it was 60,000 songs uploaded every week. 2022, it was 110,000. So, I mean, obviously we're still in 2023, so they haven't given us the figure for this year, but I'm sure it's gone up. So that's over 440,000 songs every week. And one of those songs it belongs to you. So how do you try and get the attention of a curator that's like has 440,000 songs to listen to? That's basically what I'm going to try and speak to you about.
So basically the increase year on year is 150%. So more people, there's more artists coming out, there's more labels coming out, there's more artist managers, there's more people that are coming out. So you need to kind of like take this digital thing as seriously as you possibly can, because this is like the way to kind of stand out from everybody else. So yeah, playlisting. This is where the money is. I was having a conversation with CB earlier on that just from last year into this year, the value of a stream, obviously it fluctuates, but in terms of value, it's increased almost up to 70%. So whatever that you were earning from streaming last year into this year has increased by 70%, which shows the future of like the amount of money that you can make just from like your digital streams by themselves. So, okay, the process of how to get playlisted, right? So first of all, like, the importance of getting playlisted. Obviously you're gonna get exposure, right? The exposure is, okay, for example, there's a playlist on Spotify. It has about 10 million like monthly listeners. And then if you get your song on there, obviously like your numbers are gonna go up, right? So when your numbers go up, there's somebody who has Spotify, they're listening to all these songs that they update every week. And then they say, hey, Kiamang Pina. And then they go into your profile. And then they say, I like this person, let me follow them. And once that person follows you, then now you have somebody who you can regard as a fan. So it kind of like develops your audience. And then, yeah, as I mentioned, they put you into their personalized playlist. Now they create their own playlist and say, oh, I want to listen to this, and this guy that I just found. And normally those people, obviously, they're going to start listening to your music more often than just that one play that you get from the playlist. So the value of the playlist is not just, oh, somebody played it in the playlist. It's them taking it and putting it to their personal, and then it's getting replay value and playing it more and more and more and more. And of course, obviously, it's going to increase in streams, and that's obviously how you're going to get your money. So some of the things that like you kind of aim to get, the success that you get is like, you know, more exposure onto the playlist, which is like your face on a playlist cover, then for an album about 6 to 8 weeks. So in that time, you create a rollout, which is basically like you drop one song this Friday, the following Friday you drop another song, so that this song can get playlisted and then that song gets playlisted. But if you drop all the songs on one day, they're only going to choose one song to playlist. So it's kind of like a hack to kind of get the people to playlist more of your songs and then more of conversation with the labels and you're getting the funds from the labels, reinvest the money. That's like the biggest song. It's so sad, just to go back to the point that I mentioned earlier on, that I won't mention any names, just to protect the dignity of the people, but like, there's, especially with this wave of piano, like the songs are so short-lived. So a hit, like it normally like lasts you like for a couple of years, you know, like you should be able to like still gig, even though they might not be as frequent as when you had the hit, you should be able to still gig. But with piano, I'm sure without even mentioning names, you're kind of thinking of people that like you were dancing along to their songs, but like now it's like it was just that song and it's gone. And that lifespan of how long that thing lasts is like about 3 months. And if you just waste all of the money on like clothes, girls, and alcohol and whatever else, like you're gonna find yourself in the same place, in a depressive mode and whatever. So find ways to put that money back into the business so that you can grow it, and make sure that you become successful, man. But yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you to Misho Noto. He was talking to you about the music production, sorry, running a label and building a brand, and oh, you are tall. I was wondering why did I have to now be a bit uncomfortable, but thank you so much for that. Very valuable information as well. You know what, on the days of releasing music, I was wondering why is it, there's this other portal, Spotify, many of us are there. It's got libraries of new music every week that you even battle what to pick. So I think now I know where that originates from. Yeah, so what we're going to do now, we're going to park the Q&As for Dumisho, and we also owed answers by Sibongile from the previous session. Sorry, we had to move on, but there is an extended version of the Q&As right at the end of all the panels' addresses. And then now we're going to be moving over to Banshapa, actually. It's Banshapa, yes. It's actually spelled with an X. So, Omongotle Potsaki, Banshapa, Banjapa, it's Chapa. And this is he's actually a Botshabelo Tabanchu resident, actually, and currently residing in the Netherlands. And he's been doing music since 2015. And he's currently, into the electronic dance music, and he's a producer as well, internationally acknowledged and recognized. So we'll be connecting with him shortly via, online. I'm not sure if you've got him ready yet. Okay, in the meantime, no, Hebrew. So, it's so amazing how much simple things are at the disposal of information. And now that we've got, we've had from the first speaker who addressed, certain dynamics around, interacting with certain artists and, getting that feedback, firsthand from someone who's dealt with it, and remained into now the mental state of things on how to deal with things, from Neo. And you're going to I have a feeling you're going to be getting more from Free State artists that have been battling to, to navigate around certain things, just, from getting them to align their minds and be able to narrow down certain things. And then we got to Sibongile talking also in terms of now producing content quality. And, just certain things that at times you wonder, why am I not getting, through things? You would have spent monies into making music videos only for them to be parked when they don't even get to be published. And then now the branding side of things, and we're actually going to be getting into more serious things as far as now the music business is concerned. And once we've actually, towards the end of the program, we're actually going to be getting Mondli Ngcobo as well to talk the music production part of things, not the technical element. And then because we've been talking the business and we've been talking the technicalities and the admin, which hangata as artists, admin ke yone kenyang ne. Admin, the papers, ke yona. But ke yona again, that is going to determine whether you eat or not. And now Banzapa is going to talk to us about building an international brand and getting international recognition and bookings. So moving from Tabanshu to the world, Botshabelo to the world, Fixback to the world, it's what we want. Because, I mean, here in the Free State, we consume music from outside our borders. Why can't those extended borders do likewise? You know, take the globe. So that's also what we're going to be getting into in just a bit. And as soon as they are ready, you will alert me. Or should I move on to the next speaker? Is it fine now? All right. So he started making music in 2015, and he is, like I mentioned, he is a dance electronic producer and artist, and currently based in the Netherlands. And he will be connecting with us in a bit, and just to talk to us about how he grew, you know, he grew but not yet, during overseas. And he's been doing amazing there. So he will be letting us in on that. How you as well, if you feeling that you've got, you know, bigger aspirations for what you do and how far you want to take it. This is one person that I believe that actually can relate to because the homeboy. It's not someone that is foreign to the dynamics that you are dealing with as a free-state-based artist. It's someone who's got first-hand experience. And I mean, if I look 2015 when you started out, it's not such a long time ago. And fast forward to today, he is based overseas. Good afternoon, Banzapa. How are you?
I'm good, and you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ah, okay, cool. It's Ban Sharper.
Banshapa.
Yes.
We were actually throwing it around. Basically, Shapa. Who said Zapa?
Yeah.
Banshapa. Okay, my apologies for that. But thank you so much and welcome to the Free State Music Summit for 2023. And you will be addressing aspiring artists that are looking at, you know, expanding their craft and extending, getting their brands and artistry recognized. So over to you, sir.
Oh, hey everybody. My name is Andile Kato from Tabanchu Botshabelo. I believe most of you already know me. Some people I grew up with, others I met during our music journey in Bloemfontein and the Free State in general. I'm an Afro-electronic producer DJ based here in Europe from South Africa, the Free State. I came here in Europe to study, but one thing led to another because music was my calling. I believed in music for a long time. I did music for a long time, so I chose music over what I was currently meant to do here in Europe, and it actually worked out. It actually worked out for me. So I see a lot of guys from home struggling to like get gigs internationally, and I'm like gonna try to lay out a blueprint for you to actually understand how you can sell yourself outside of South Africa. So one of the main things is you should focus on your brand. Your brand should appeal globally. Now you need to understand your consumer. What first you have to check what type of music you do. If you do Afro house, if you do deep house, if you do amapiano, if you do hip hop, and you want to appeal to the international audience, you need to check who who listens to that niche genre outside of South Africa, and target them. Advertise your music in that specific demographic or geography. Push promos there. Send your music to DJs out there who are playing your similar type of music. You see, and again, what you need to do as a brand, you need to invest in. I see a lot of guys on social media. They're not capitalizing their social media platforms that well. They post like unnecessary things, and they want to be professional, but they post unnecessary stuff. So you need to post something that is gravitating towards your niche if you're a DJ, singer, or producer, solely post everything that only gravitates to your niche. And again, I'm going to speak about my experience on how to get gigs internationally. Okay, firstly, if you are a producer, it's not difficult compared to if you are only a DJ, solely a DJ. If you're a producer, you can send your music to like internationally recognized label, but like, for example, there are labels out there called for the label I worked with that pushed me when I was starting. It's called Ceres Producers. There are labels out there called from the UK, Sondela, We Are Ideal from Italy, More Black from the United States. We have like Pasqua. We have like Deep Root. So if you're a producer who produces my type of music, the Afro-electronic music, Afro-electronic dance music, send your music to those kind of labels that are outside South Africa. I know we opt to do to we opt as artists, we have this thing of no, we want to be independent. We want to be independent. But we really need the labels who have all the contacts that can help us grow. Then we can be independent at a later stage, but for now, we need people to help us grow. So that's why I believe that you should not be independent now. Get the help, necessary help from the labels that are outside, because they have all the contacts, all the promo emails of all the DJs. Now that's the first step. Now for my experience, I released with Ceres Producers. Ceres Producers sent all my music to all the DJs for 3 years in a row without me getting a response or anybody playing my music because I was still starting. So in this case, for you, you can do the same, or you can do and you can still go independent, but it's still going to be a lot of work for you. You still need to do a lot of legwork, but send your music to internationally recognized labels, labels that do parties, who do fests. There are a lot of labels out there. You can check on TrackSource, do your research. Now I send my music to these labels. These labels appreciated my music, pushed my music for 3 years, no response. Then the 4th year, okay, some DJs started to play my music. Then I stumbled upon a video clip of Kasango. Actually, it was a live stream of Kasango from the Velcom. Kasango said, if a DJ plays your song in a specific country, DM that DJ, say, bro, I see you play my song a lot of times in your country. Why don't you book me so I can play in that country as well? Because you play my songs already and people vibe to the song, to my songs. That's another thing. The other thing to get international bookings is to get yourself management, to get yourself an artist agencies who can find gigs on your behalf internationally. But sometimes it's rare to get artist agencies when you're doing our type of music. It's very rare. Artist agencies are mostly associated with models, with actors, but for DJs it's rare. But if you find one, their sole purpose is to just get you gigs. Just get you gigs. When you get one, you should go forward with one. So here's this. Release your music to internationally proclaimed labels. Get yourself an artist agency. And the other one is what did I mention? I'm sorry. Release internationally, get yourself an agency, and DM those guys who play your music internationally. Now again, we have this dilemma of DJs who are booked. The first time DJs who are booked abroad believe that they made it, they can do whatever they want when they are booked internationally. I've seen this firsthand in multiple gigs, because right now I'm privileged to do my own events here in the Europe, and I'm privileged to book artists from South Africa or any other countries in the world. I'm privileged to do that right now. Now we experience DJs who are booked, who the first timer DJs who I book in Europe, or who one of my partners or the other people who do events book inside Europe, how they behave towards events. You get DJs who, for example, I book DJ X. DJ X says on his rider, no, I want to come with this person, this person, this person, this person, this person. He comes with like 5 people. Then we have to book flights for those 5 people, no problem. No problem, we book that. We have to book hotels for those people. No problem, we can book that. Then on those 5 people, we have to spend a lot of money on their hospitality rider and taking care of them during their stay in Europe. That's a bad dilemma that DJs should focus on, should stop focusing on, right? As a DJ, if you're booked internationally, try to be disciplined enough to come alone or come confident enough about the place you go. Come with one person, a videographer slash manager, one person, right? Do not, because if you do this, and these events in Europe, they are all connected. You go to one event in Europe and you do all this kind of behavior that bankrupts the brand or tarnishes the brand of the person who invited you or who actually booked you. This person communicates with other promoters as well that this is how this guy did me, and in the future it will not be possible for you to actually get a gig again in the Europe because of that. So we have to focus. If you get bookings internationally, you need to focus on that situation. Do not try to please your friends, come with a lot of people just to enjoy like vacation, because this is your work, this is your bread, right? So again, getting gigs, I've created a platform whereby I try to book DJs from South Africa, most importantly focusing from the Free State, because a lot of promoters here in the Europe or anywhere outside South Africa, they focus on DJs from Johannesburg, Durban. So my platform is called Control. We focus on DJs from the Free State, solely from the Free State. DJs, singers, and anyone who's a good performer, they come to my platform. We solely do the gigs every month we do them in Cologne, Germany. We're trying to push them to other countries as well, like Portugal, where I'm actually based. I'm actually based in Portugal, not the Netherlands. I'm actually based in Portugal, trying to do them in Portugal, but we were struggling. But now we have the opportunity to do them in the Netherlands. So the first one is going to start in August. We're bringing one of the Free State artists to Germany. We're going to give them a tour. They're going to play in Germany. They're going to play in the Netherlands. Then they're going to play in Germany again. Then they're going to South Africa again. Then with all that experience they have, they can share with other guys from the Free State how the gigs went and how we work. Then with all the capital we accumulated, we invest in another DJ. We bring the DJ from the Free State, bring them here to play for Control, do a Control tour with me, because I'm privileged to do those kind of events right now in the Europe. Yeah. So I would like to. I just did a short speech for that. I would like to thank everybody who came, and I'll wait for your questions.
Thank you so much, Andile. You know what you did there? Normally, I know artists, they avoid us calling them with their identity
Yeah.
names, you know, the names our parents gave us. And I was like, okay, let me not be that girl, but I'm glad you went there. Okay, just firstly, before I open the floor to the questions, I'm going to take a minimum of 3 questions. But before, if you can just give us details of the platform that you've created that you just spoke about to plug or put on Free State-based DJs, please.
Oh, it's called the platform actually started last year. It was supposed to be launched in South Africa, right? It was supposed to be launched in South Africa around Easter last year. Then we had, because I'm based in Portugal, I had complications with the venue with my partners in South Africa. They couldn't suffice it. Then in December I came to South Africa and tried to do it in South Africa. Then it was bad. It was bad. My friend Javas here, he knows the story. It was bad. It was bad. So Javas and I had a conversation earlier this year. He said, "Bro, you are actually bringing an international concept to South Africa. Why don't you do the international concept internationally?" Right? So it's like, okay, bro. Then no problem. I'll try to hustle for a venue. Then after hustling for a venue, get the DJs. I can push the thing for myself, just book myself, play like 3 months straight, then get the traction. Then when people come, I can be able to get the capital to book other DJs. Then that was the plan. Then it failed in Portugal. It failed. Then 2 months ago, no, a month ago, I used I'm used to playing in Cologne, Germany, a lot. A friend of mine does events there in Cologne, Germany. Ajavas told me, bro, propose this thing to him. I was like, okay, let me try. But I think he will disagree, but let me try. Then I proposed this idea. It's called Control. It's Afro electronic music. We can book DJ. We can book one DJ from the Europe, a good renowned DJ from Europe. Then book just one DJ from South Africa, in the Free State, solely focusing on the Free State. He was like, bro, I want to do this with you. This is what I have been waiting for. Because he does Afrobeats events and I'm a piano event. So he would like to tap in the market of Afro House. So I was like, bro, deal. Then we are actually planning to launch it officially under his stable. It's called Afro Vibrations. It's going to be a branch. The branch is going to be called Control. It's just Afro electronic music, solely focusing on artists from where I'm from, right? So we're gonna launch it in August 19th. Is going to be the first event. We're gonna book a Free State artist for their event, for that event. But we have a roster prepared for the whole. We had a roster prepared for the whole year, but then, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, it's good?
Alright,
It's
we'll
good?
try to get him back, so
It's good?
we'll try to have him answer that in detail.
Hello.
Anyone else? Or we can just position. Hello.
Okay, cool.
Welcome
Can you
back.
hear me? Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. What I'm going to do, I will get you 3 questions consecutively and then you can answer them. Okay. Is that okay?
I might forget the first one, so I think we should ask one, then answer one.
You want to we ask and then you answer?
Yes.
Okay. Upila Putu.
Hi, I'm not a DJ per se, Right, but I want to understand the platform. Is it an application? Is it a website? How do you access it?
Can you hear me, bro?
Loud and clear.
Which platform?
Like the control platform.
No, Control is a party, bro, where I book a DJ from the Free State to come play in Germany, bro.
Okay, is there a
Yes.
selection procedure? What are the conditions?
If you are able to perform, because I want to showcase the talent where I'm from. Basically, I have a lot of traction here in Cologne, not here in Cologne, in Cologne, because I've been DJing in Cologne since last year. So a lot of people gain traction to me. So I was like, bros, where I'm from, there are people who are actually better than me, who do this better than me. If we book them, you'll be impressed. So that's how I sold Control, bro. So I book DJs or any performer, bro. You do anything, bro. You sing, I book you, bro.
Okay, where can the artist interested contact you? I think that will help and give more direction going forward.
Currently, they can send me an email to uh, elephantpeopleproductions@gmail.com or banshapa@gmail.com, or they can speak with Javas because I'm coordinating this project with him.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, we'll have some tea with him before we leave. Any other questions? We're good. Oh, one last question, one more question, and then you're free to go.
Good afternoon, Shapa. I just want to find out, I heard that you said you will only be focusing on Afro House. Will it be specifically that, or are you going to give an opportunity to other artists, like hip-hop artists or piano artists? Yeah. And I also wanted to find out, is it wise that the artists that are interested in coming, that they have their own music or not? Or they can just come as normal DJs? Thank you.
Oh, hey, bro. That's a very good question, bro. At this moment, I would like to solely focus on Afro House, Afro Tech, but we can change that as the time goes, because I can't do a lot of things at the same time. I just want to focus on this type of genre. And again, I would like to book Afro House DJs, piano DJs, Afro Tech DJs for now, bro. And singers, the same, who sing in that caliber for now, bro. Then in the future, I will focus on other types of genres. And in terms of music, bro, if you're talented, because the guy I work with in Cologne, he believes in potential of everyone, bro. If you're solely a DJ, you don't have music, we're gonna try to actually put you on, right? But it depends on the demand of his clientele, right? And my clientele as well depends on his demand. Focusing on the roster that me and Javas already have, right? So yeah, bro. If you have your music, it doesn't matter, bro. It only matters on the demand of the clientele. For other genres, I will solely prefer Afro House, Afro Tech, and Amapiano. Focusing on the future, maybe we will switch up the genres.
Thank you for that, Andile. I'm going to close it. You've got one more question. I think we're going to need to answer that in 2 minutes, both the question and the answer.
Okay.
Hi, I'm DJ Zilo. What I wanted to ask you is I'm a deep house producer. Do you think I should move from deep house to Afro house to get into the international market?
No, bro, you don't need to move out of the deep house to Afro house, because your deep house, South African deep house, actually has a big market here in Europe. So you just need to find out who's playing your type of music, then reach out to them saying, bro, I produce something similar to this, bro, right? Here's my music, play it around, play it in your country, play it in the clubs in your other country. Then if it gets traction, say, bro, people love my music, why don't you book me, bro? But deep house is actually one of the biggest niche genres here in Europe, bro, from my experience. So you don't need to gravitate to Afro house if you're already doing deep house.
Thank you for that.
But the last thing, like most of our international DJs from South Africa, like they are more into Afro, like
Afro-tech.
yeah, like Afro house.
Yeah, bro. I know that, bro. I know that for sure. But Europe here, we have other DJs who play deep house, bro. Not necessarily from South Africa, but who play your type of deep house. Who maybe they play your song, bro. We have Ed Jazz. We have guys from the June Club. We have guys from the UK, bro. We have even in Portugal. We have guys in the garage playing your kind of music, bro. You just need to find out who plays your music, bro. You don't need to necessarily focus on Banshapa is playing Afrotech and he's getting bookings, then I should play Afrotech. No, play your music because it has a market, bro, here in Europe.
Thank you for that. That is Andy Legato, or known as musically Banshapa. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, all the best with his career internationally and flying the Free State flag high. You know what? We need more of those. I see your hand is up. Can I park it for the... Oh, Shine. Halala. Okay, so we're actually heading towards the end of our program with the last two speakers left, and Mondli Ngobo, who'll be talking to us about music production, and then to close it off, we're gonna have DJ Melon, who's going to be talking to us about the music submission. No, I'm lying. Music business. He's going to be talking about the music business. So if we can give. Would you like to swap it? Njani kodwa Mapholoba? Is it? Okay, not a problem. You know what I also discovered when I was prepping for today over the week? Because we've been referring us to DJ Melon ngegama lakhe lale endaweni. Kanti abazali ekhaya bathi uSibusiso. And indeed, he lived up to his name, Wabusisa Imzansi, with his talent, gekhono lakhe. So sibonge bhuti, ngicela ukubiza uSibusiso to come and address us. Please give a round of applause for DJ Melon.
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, I'm Sibusiso Mhlongo from Durban, South Africa, KwaZulu-Natal. Andy was talking more about abantu base-Free State getting more opportunities. I'm sitting there like, but yeah, I'm so happy that he touched on most of the things. Basically, I view this as a music business conference. So everyone who has been speaking have been tapping to my presentation, so I'll just sum up now. I have a very little to talk about at the end because like every speaker who has been on this podium has precisely touched or tapped into what I was gonna say. I had prepared stuff about like my international experience, about music production, about the digital, brand development and everything, brand presentation. So that's what music business is about, but precisely. To sum it up, music business is help us to understand the business within the music industry, going all the way to, and also introduce us to various organizations and people who are key role players in the industry, and also help us to know the avenues of making money within the music industry. So how do one start? Like, let's say you're starting in the music business, obviously every industry has its steps. So the first few basic steps, most artists in South Africa, locally, in my music experience, I've been in and out of the country, Like, I know this guy who was speaking, Andile, but I met him in Europe through the gigs that we do over there. I'm also an Afro House DJ, so I do a lot of gigs outside South Africa as well. So that's how I met him. So one of the things that we don't do as South African musicians is obtaining information. We never give ourselves time or a space to learn. We just want to do, because everyone else is a DJ and I like to be a DJ, so I'll just jump on, go to DJ school. Next thing I'm carrying gigs and I'm making money. So that is not what it's about. No. Number one, you need to obtain information before you even start. Like, you need to give yourself time to learn. Like, you need to understand, like, the industry has its own pros and cons, so you need to give yourself time to learn. You learn the ins and outs of the industry, like, especially from your own angle. And then after you've learned and after you've obtained information, enough information, then you go into decision making, where you decide now, like, okay, fine, I want to be a DJ, but there are all these different genres. You need to decide which one I'm going to be. Or I want to be a producer. Do I become just an all-round producer, or I just stick with a particular genre? And then you decide and you make decisions. After you've made that very important decision, of which it's a decision with a snap of a finger, you need to take your time to decide. And then you go into implementation. How do you implement? You start by, we are different. I'm different. I wanna go. I think this next part covers the question you were asking. After you've made a decision of what you want to become, and then you make another tough decision to say, okay, fine. What is it that I have? And this thing I want to be ifuna in. What does it require? And then from there you decide whether you're gonna be independent or you're gonna be signed, because that's a very important choice or a decision to make. So how I did it when I started in the music industry back in the days of Koze Kuse, where I started to be prominent. I had been there doing what you said you're doing, pushing and like, but still not getting to where I want to be. Then I make a very, very tough decision of saying, as much as I want to be independent, but I think because of shortage or lack of resources and financial muscle, I'm gonna sign under a company. And then that company provided resources and provided finance for me to achieve the things I achieved. And then at the end of that contract, I decided to go independent. Because the decision, that's how you make it. Like, you must check, what is it that I have? What does it require? What is it that I don't have? What is it that I want? And then you are able to decide, because most of the people want to be independent, but they don't know what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. So you can't be independent if you don't have all that information. Also, you can't be independent if you don't have money. You need money. So I always tell the guys, it's like, you must have at least 150 to 250,000 rands for you to be able to release an album and launch your brand and stuff like that. If you don't have that money, you're gonna remain a local artist. So people in Durban, in Joburg, they'll never get to know you. We have like so many radio stations in South Africa. We have like the Giant 5, and then we have these small radio stations, the provincial ones, and we also have national radio stations, and then there are community radio stations as well. So for you just to distribute your music to those radio stations costs money, because you need to pay a distributor who's gonna take your music everywhere and distribute it to all those radio stations. So if you don't have money, it's gonna be very difficult for you to progress. Also, you need a number of photo shoots, you need the music video shoots, you need to pay producers and everyone that you work with in studio. If you're not a producer, if you're a producer, okay, you cut that cost, but still there are other people to pay as well. So that decision, unfortunately, no one can ever make it for anyone, but it all depends on what do you have and what you not have. And then you make that decision. It will help you. It will make your life very easy. And then once you've made that decision and you've decided, but still, whether you are signed in a company or independent, there's something that is called brand development, where you build your brand. Because you can never get bookings, or you can never exist, or music business won't be easy if you don't have a brand. So you need to have a brand, an existing brand, and a very powerful one. Like one of the things that help you in brand building is the image. We have social media today. The world has evolved to everything is in social media. I came back from Amsterdam last week, and on my trip, I met one of the guys who said, "Oh, I'm happy to finally meet you. You know, I don't know anything. I have a song with Inonapa that has been making the rounds. It's titled To Zulumen and Ipita. It's actually an EP. It's making the rounds in Europe. It's currently on #1 in all in most streaming platforms. So this guy is saying, I've never seen you, but I've met Ino a number of times. I'm like, why haven't you seen me? Because like we were together on the song. It's like you never put anything, like your live sets on Instagram, they are very, very hard to access and stuff like that. So meaning you really, really need to make use of the digital world. It's easier now with we're gonna know you is cool, you comment on their things, you DM them, you do anything, and then immediately, once you say something to me, before I even respond to you, it's a trick that I use even now. Like someone says, hey, I just send you a link, because I receive so many links in a day. So the first thing that I'll do, I'll just go into your page. So from my DMs to your page, like, cause most people don't give us information. They just say, bro, I'm such a top producer and this is a link to my music. And then I wanna check who this guy is. And then when you get to their page, there are jokes and everything that is not important. And then obviously, you know, I'm not gonna open this link. I'm not gonna waste my time on this. And then you move on to the next. So it's very important to have a very, very presentable face, social media and everything. Live on the internet, create content, put it out there, let people see you, do photo shoots and everything. Those are things we look for every time people talk about anything. And also when you release a song and your song is gaining momentum, because some of us, like myself, I'd say Goze Guse made me, gave me a brand, you know, because it was very easy for me to access other platforms because I had that hit song that we created with Monji. So everyone kept calling to say, hey, Brad, this is your song. I'm from Metro FM, so we want to playlist this song. Please send us a radio version. We're from Lesedi, we're from Likwala Kwale, we're from Mukos FM. So for me, that song gave me like a head start. So all those people who hear that song, they then go to your page, or a promoter, before they book you, they'll go to your page and try to check who is this people, this particular person, and what does he do. And then when they get to your page, they will find jokes and stuff like that. Then it becomes very difficult. Then they'll rather book someone else to come play your song, another DJ, and instruct them to say, or tell the resident DJ to say, make sure you play the song, people love it, and that's it. So you don't get to have a brand, but you only have music that is making the rounds, or hit songs, but your face is still not known, it's still not out there. So once you are a step ahead, let's say now you are a brand and you have that little amount of money and you are able to move from point A to point B, then you can start now to put a team together. Dumisho touched a lot on this thing. Your team requires like accounting, legal, management, music management, and then marketing. Those are 4 things that I always make sure that I have on my team. Like, then within the accounting, there will be people, like a team of people who are dealing with accounting stuff, and then legal team as well, because like there's a lot of contracts that you're gonna come across in this industry. So it's very important before you make any decision, like insofar as contracts are concerned, you need a legal advice. Like always take to someone, because all the contracts are in like very difficult legal terms, or there's a legal language that they use, you know, so it's very difficult for you to understand. So you need to go to someone who understands the law, who's gonna sit down with you and help you understand each and every one of those terms that are in that particular contract, so that you can be able to make a decision. Because so many people have signed contracts, and then at the end of the day, they want out of the contract. There's a problem. There's all these controversies that we always see on media. And then there are musics. Then you have a team now, and then we go to where is money in the music industry. You know, the money is on music sales. Already, you guys have already been taken through that. And then there's also music sales is different. There's like digital where someone can just buy your song. We're actually talking about this coming here with Monli. And then there's something called streaming, whereby someone can just listen to your song there. That is still, I want to make sure when it's time for questions to explain to me, because I still don't understand how does streaming work. He knows there's a very, very serious issue around streaming and how much exactly do we make, because we never receive statements, we don't get anything. Streaming, you just pay 50 rand subscription fee a month, and then at the end of the day, you'll be told, we're asking a question that says, Monli was asking me, that's okay, fine. Someone pays 50 rands a month, but they stream 1,000 songs. So who's getting what from these 50 rands? So Tomisho is still gonna answer me when we get to that part, because I'm really, really confused, and I want to know. I'm sure you guys also want to know. So also there are bookings. Bookings in South Africa, we have too many DJs now. Not just in South Africa, internationally. So getting bookings is a very, very serious issue. So also when you have a hit song, I'll book you to my venue. You'll come once, people don't know you, you're an unknown face. Yes, your song is known, I'll introduce you, put you on a poster and everything. You come, you perform, and then you leave. So what techniques to use is, you know, as an artist, I know we are called celebrities, but there is that particular behavior that people always associate it, and then they become like, there's a behavior where like when someone is sitting there and the amateur does, yo, this guy is celebrity, yo. And you know, Abasasha, the celebrity, like the description of a celebrity, it's another form of behavior. You know, like you don't talk to people. I go to Tomisho's venue and I'm like, it's a, and that's it. That's the only conversation you have with the event organizer. You want to get at the venue, it's 1 minute to your performance time, like this, you go on stage, you perform, you're out, you want security, you get into your car, you leave. That's not the behavior. You need to make connections in order to get like what we call business repeats. These people are not gonna book you anymore. Like your attitude now also contributes into you getting those bookings. Bookings are very important. Also, it's very important for artists to know that you won't always be on a 100. In music industry, it's not always like that, especially when it comes to releasing music. You release music, you'll have like a song that is 100% today. Tomorrow that song is not there. But what must stay there is your brand. Because your brand will do everything for you, without music. I always say we have like, for the Durban July, I booked in one of the events that I'm gonna be doing there, I booked Christos and Vinita Vinci. Those guys no longer have music that is there, but their brands are still there. You know, we still have guys like Glenn Lewis, we still have a DJ Fresh. When did you last hear, like, okay, DJ Fresh is still releasing now, he's back to Afro House, but he had that period where he was not releasing music, but his brand was still as relevant. Obviously, okay, well, radio will help him, but also like how he conducts himself, you know, how they conduct themselves when they're at these events. Like they connect with and make friends with the promoters, with other DJs. So when they release, they are able to give us and we are able to say, let me prioritize this song because this guy is my friend. Every time he comes here, he recognizes me. I'm a resident DJ here, but this guy gives me that respect and that recognition. So it makes me happy. So the day, Artie, please play my music. I have this song that is up and coming, just play it, but don't give it to anyone. I'll respect that because I regard him as a friend. Yeah, also it's very important to do that with different promoters, venue owners, everywhere you go, just be friendly. It's not gonna kill you, instead it's gonna add value into your business strategy. And then I've already touched into then also another way of making money, they will pay you for appearances. If you have a good brand like this guy that Tomisho is working with, Oskambo, like that guy, you'll pay Oskambo just to come and be seen, not even to play at your event, because he has what we call an image. His image is very strong and powerful. He has a very, very powerful and strong presence. His brand is strong. Everyone will be talking about, hey, you saw him. Even like, so you'll get some deals where people want you to come and do appearances at their events. And then there are deals, amanye abizwa ngama-sync deals, where bakushaya and then they want to use your music in different things. Could be like adverts and other things, or also bawusebenzisa even on movie productions or series or whatsoever. So music can then generate money. We have well, or a company with a reputation of really doing their work. And then lastly, it's very important to take yourself seriously in this industry. This is work. You can't be waking up and sleep. You don't do anything. It's a day. You woke up, you do all other social activities, but you don't do anything, and then you go to sleep. When you wake up, like a person who's employed at a firm or a company doing an 8-to-4 job, you wake up and you work. Whether it's social media or whatsoever you do, but in a day, have things that you can point to say, I did these things to add value onto my brand, onto my music, onto my production. Thank you.
Yes, I didn't eat my vegetables as a child. I should have just left it there because thank you so much, Sibusiso Mhlongo, okanye DJ Melon, the person that we know you for making us dance. Kuze kuse, nalo duze duze kwakho. So up next to talk music production, and I think he's actually ready. But Mondli Ngobo. That's how we know him, and a few other hits that came after that.
Sanbonan, I'm sorry for not greeting you in your language. I'm a Zulu boy from KZN, Durban. So I need to greet you in my language. And I need to apologize to all of you that we are on a flight from Durban to Bloemfontein. And since it's one flight, so it chooses what time it comes here. So we were a little bit late because of that. That's number one. Number two, we don't have time now. So I'm gonna have to say important things only. And if we had a lot of time, we were going to have a workshop, all of us, because I need to say this. I don't know, I have a lot of things to say, but maybe I need to say that my only concern all the time is that when I work with people, they become very popular and they stay long in the industry for a very, very, very long time. And sometimes all my life, I work with controversial people like Melon, very controversial. I work with Kelly, I work with Banba, I work with controversial people only, I think. And I always want to prove a point that music can change people's perception. There was a time where I was doing an album before this one, Kelly Khumalo, and Kelly Khumalo's case was really, really bad against her. I mean, really, really bad. And I had to create a song that will change people's perception, and I made a song, Mbini, I don't know if you know it. And the funniest thing about it is that when you listen to the lyrics, they're really there to change perception. But before we released the song, so there I had a song, Ya Tembu Ya Bona, but it was almost like a dance song, and there was no theme in this music, so I was bothered. So I've already given to Universal to release this music. They were like happy, saying, hey, this is a hit. I was like, but it's not a hit. It has to be a hit because what makes songs, 99% of the time, what makes a song is a theme. And some people do not know this, but e-theme will always give you a longer shelf life. Because the reason why Hibiri is because they took Alia's song, which was already big, right? To take a theme that works, to create a song out of the theme, to add dum, da, 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 dum, dum, da, 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 da. So whenever that thing comes in, you like, I associate with this thing. So no one can take you, no one can convince you otherwise. When you love a song because of a theme, you cannot unlove it. So this is why I'm saying, my first point here is that if you want to be a music producer, you must know that you must always create themes. It's unfortunate that I don't have time, so I don't know if I'm going to use this, but I wanted to use it. So the issue is that, firstly, you must have themes. So that you know what I'm talking about, I'm going to spend only 1 minute trying to explain this using the laptop. And then another thing I need to speak about, secondly, you need to have samples. You cannot make a piano song. Who was the guy who said it works with Electromode? Is he still here? So he's saying his music is big. You can't be doing a piano. The reason why I've not done a piano song is not because I don't want to. Number two, I'm not that amazing as a producer, so I'm still learning how this thing works. Yes, but number two, I don't have the samples of piano. And so without the samples, you can't make that particular music. With the Afrotech, you can't make it, bro, I promise you. You can't create Afrotech if you don't have the samples. You can't, you just won't. You'll choose the wrong kick, it just won't happen. And then when you get to Europe, and then Black Coffee and Melon Baman, they play their own songs. And then the kick will shock you on their speakers. It's so, yeah. And then they'll be like, I'm a pro. I don't come back next time you are here to play. Yet you're an amazing producer, it's just that you have bad samples. You get what I'm saying? You can't be doing a hip-hop music if you don't have the samples. So in order to have samples, it means you must suck up to people who are amazing at that. So now, let me tell you a thing. I signed a lady called Zawad. I'm trying to be as fast as possible. This lady called Zawad is an amazing, amazing lady. And as I was sitting with a guy called Nduduzo Makatini, he's a pianist. They were working with Richard Bona now as we were doing a show in Durban, right? So I created a guitar sample and I said, hey, this is something that Richard Bona can do because it's his vibe. Then he's like, hey, yeah, he must do it. He calls me, hey, Baba, Richard, hey, do this thing, Baba. So Richard does it and he brings it back. So it's the same thing. When we Black Coffee, like we saw, we were doing an album, got Drake. It's not that thing, it's not a big thing. We're doing a Drake album and we're like, how are we going to do this? So we work with his producer. So that's the thing, it's not that hard. It's that sometimes I have an amazing thing and I give it to Black Coffee because he has an amazing plugin, which is another thing I'm going to speak about. You cannot make music if you don't have great plugins. You must do whatever you can, Baba, even if it means stealing from someone somewhere. Just have plugins, bro. Because, yeah, let me show you what I mean now. I'm gonna, because we have, I think I have 1 minute now, so that I don't waste your time. So let me try and see, make an example. Okay, I don't have sound. I don't know if it's me. Okay. So let's pretend we're not going to create a hit here, but I'm just going to make an example, right? So if we have maybe, say, so the most important thing is that in order for your song to be dope, it is always important to have a dope progression as well. a dope progression or create dope melodies. It is hard to create dope melodies when a melody. I'm not gonna waste your time, don't worry. So, as in do, you wanted music production, so this is music production. So now, let's just say this is now our bass. Right? Cool. Some of you are asking, how is it a bass when it doesn't sound like one? Okay, cool. Let's choose the bass out now, so I don't waste your time again. Swallow, you called me for music production. Let's choose, yeah, okay. We don't, like I said, let's just choose anything for now. Let's choose this bass. Right? Okay, cool. So now, before we go very far, so what happens is that we need to also share each other. If you have something that you have, a plug of nice plugins, you must also share it with us before you leave. This is very important. If you go online and go to something called Spitfire, they have free plugins called Labs. I think they are dope, You ask for strings and stuff. So I tell a lot of people, hey, go to that thing, man, and just download it. Maybe it's 20 gigs of things, but it's really dope. So I'm gonna, I want to use, I'm gonna use one of the strings to create strings, right? Okay, another thing is that actually some people when I listen to their music, ngesiZulu sithi uyaqeka. You know what it means? It means it's limping. You know why? Because they do not quantize the music. Unless it's piano played by a pianist, you don't have to quantize that. I'm almost done, guys. I need to show you something. If you don't have right plugins, your music will always sound like something that only should be played in ship-ins. And I sometimes do music for the ship-ins. DJ Clear was amazing at doing ship-in music. But sometimes you want to do music for movies, for stuff, and I do music for movies internationally and otherwise. And so I can't have plugins that are not dope. Okay, okay, so I'm gonna do. Maybe I can add one more voicing. Don't ask me how I know what works. I just do. I just do. So so this is how it will sound. Right? So imagine if I say, okay, maybe let's change this into strings. I'm trying to tell you that in a few minutes you must be able to have an amazing music that is ready to go out and be sold, right? Because you have right plugins. So let me try and choose maybe cellos. Someone said, hey, cellos. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, cellos. Let's choose cellos. Let's choose this one. So we already have. Maybe let's try something more dramatic. I need something more dramatic. this is low. But anyway, but you can already hear the quality is great, right? So for now, because I don't want to waste your time, I'm just going to choose something simple. Okay, cool. And then I will choose maybe the roads as well. So we have. So what happens is that now, the only thing I need to do is because the reason why I'm doing this, because I could be talking to people who are even more powerful than I am when it comes to producing. I don't care. I don't care how powerful you are. If I don't know you, it means you're not yet. I'm telling you these things so that I know you in next few months. Because it doesn't matter how amazing you are. If I don't know you, that means you are not amazing. Am I making sense here? No matter how powerful you are as a musician, and when you are, and your family talks about how amazing you are, if we don't know you, you are not amazing. No matter how amazing Messi is, if he's playing for Pirates, it's not powerful. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Until you play for Barcelona, then you start becoming amazing. One last thing, I need to tell you this because I keep telling you is that some of the times, the reasons why you don't make it as a musician as well is that you think you must finish everything on your own. You must be powerful, you must be good at everything when it is impossible to be good at everything. You can't, you die trying to be amazing. People who are amazing, let me make an example. He knows that there was a time where I woke up and I had an amazing song on my mind. And I did the song and I gave it to Blackoff and he released it, right? Because I said, hey, I want to give you a gift. Okay, before we get to that, there's a song we did. The night on fire. We did that song. Who's that guy who sings the same? Huh? Yeah, MQ, same one. So now, when Blackoff needed to release an album, he was like, yeah, I'm one song short, guys. You gave me the song to add something, but now I think it's mine. And Melon was going to release an album. So we're like, hey, but what do you mean? He says, my man, I must release tomorrow. What do you think must happen? He's saying, my man, I must release tomorrow. So Melon will release next month. So who's in trouble more? So we gave the song to him. So it doesn't matter what people, it doesn't matter if we are the ones who produced it or I produced it. The thing is, Black Coffee released it, so people think he produced it. So you see what I mean? So it doesn't matter what you think you are. We don't care. You just have to be amazing at what you do to get what is due to you at all times. Bro, it's important to always make sure what's due to you must come to you. And don't feel offended when you are amongst the big boys. So Mapuri said, yeah, boy, sharpy boy, sharpy boy. There's no sharpy in this thing, bro. You must get paid. It's very important, this thing, bro. Otherwise, we must know, you must tell them to put your name on the thing. People must know that you are the one who is involved in this. I recently was told by someone who's very important in the music industry, who spoke about something that he did on the song. She did on the song. She composed like an amazing song that won Summers, like the song of the year in the Summers, not this year, some time back. When she spoke about it on radio. I'm so glad to have been part of something amazing. The person who was a singer of the song hated that woman even up to today because she mentioned that she was part of it. This is something you shouldn't care about. In this industry, you need to make friends, 100%, but you must also be prepared to lose them if they are there to compromise you. You don't need people who don't value you at all, bro. They can go overseas, the melons of this world, and perform even with our Banchawe, yes. They can perform overseas, bro. So long as you're getting your 1,000 rands in Bloemfontein, that's good. Then to be overseas and get nothing. It's important for you to know your value, your place, your lane, your journey, your pace, to know that everything that God promised to give you in your dreams, He will make sure He gives you. But if you're still chasing other people's dreams, He will wait for you until, I don't know how to explain this because it's the last thing I need to explain in your career to survive. When I was young, I was swimming at one of our waters I don't want to use the other word, in Durban. And then, but there were problems because of the floods long time ago. So we were beginning to drown with other guys. So I then told the other guys who was behind us to say, go and ask for help. So when the lifesavers came, I was like to this guy, I know, don't worry, I don't need much help. I know how to swim. Just let me hold on just so I can. And this guy gave me a slap, Baba. I'm drowning. He said, Baba, I'm drowning. What? God, until I was helpless. So I started drowning. That is when he was able to help me. Because when I was still thinking that I was powerful, he couldn't help me. Because I wanted to tell him how he must help me. When in actual fact, if I could swim, then I should have swum out of that situation. But I couldn't. So Mayu said, whenever you can't tell me how to swim here, I'm the lifesaver. So in other words, I swim better than you. So this is the thing. I need to tell you, bro, that all the time when I make music, when I go to Universal and they say, we need an album for Kerry Kumalo, I'm like, what's my price for doing an entire album? Because there are many producers who are amazing who can't do albums. Because creating an album is stupid. You must be schizophrenic in some way. In other words, you must create a dance song for number one, create a raga song for number two, and create a love song. It's crazy. So you gotta have, so for your schizophrenia, you must be paid for it. And if you say 600,000 rands for an album or 700,000 rands for an album, you must back it up by having sales. So you can't be a producer who doesn't know what works. In other words, you are not a producer. You are a clown. Okay, anyway, enough about production in terms of that. Another thing I need to tell you is that when you make a song, sometimes you have an amazing song, but it's very bad. It doesn't make it because you couldn't choose the right key. You bring him Saki, an amazing singer, but your song is too high. And and the next thing, the song is bad. And then you bring me to say, but what's wrong with this? And I bring down the key and the song is dope. All of a sudden we'll be like, how? The thing is, you don't understand. The key is very important in the song. Also, you must also learn how to play instruments. I fought with Heavy K some time back. Melon was there. I said to him, bro, we are here to work, but you don't have a keyboard in the studio. Why you don't have a keyboard? I said, Abraham, they bala. I was like, bro, it's a recipe for disaster. You can't be writing all your life. There are two things that will happen. You are not going to grow as a producer. Number two, you're going to create the same sounds, same music, because writing always limits you to your writing. So when you start beginning to play, you can expand your horizon. So you can't be the same producer you were last year. Learn something, pick up a guitar, start with C major and E major. Start, by the end of the year, you will be amazing. But more importantly, don't have a studio and not have a keyboard, bro. It's a sin, I promise you. As a music graduate, I hate that with all my heart. But being a music graduate didn't help me at all. In fact, some of the people who came into school were amazing before school, and school killed them. because they learned music through jazz, and jazz sometimes can kill passion. Two things I need to mention before I go now. Networking. Networking, yes, we have spoken about networking from business point of view, but you have to speak about networking from the studio point of view. Bro, if you don't know what's happening around, you're gonna make music that will have been relevant in 1970, but not relevant in 2022. Also, lastly, on production, please know that singing in the right key is the most important thing ever. I think you must invest more than anything on plugins that fix voices, that fix keys, that put things into tuning, right tuning, because you find that your music will never make it internationally, also because your singers are always off key. And I hear this a lot with my pianos all the time, that don't make it. When I'm listening to TV, then you know what this song is not gonna make it anywhere. And I am never wrong, because as a producer, I always need to learn what makes songs work. And I also can hear a bad song, badly produced, but because the theme is correct, some of the things were correct, that this is gonna make it. I told DJ Bongs long time ago, hey, your song is gonna be big, bro. Hey, but it's badly produced. Because it was the correct melody, correct things, but the quality was bad. So it didn't have the right shelf life that it deserved. And if it was mixed just a little bit better, it would have stayed longer in the industry. And one of the biggest things in my piano is that we find the mixing being compromised. And it's only the songs that are mixed well that live longer. And I was listening to a song, how amazing it is even now because of how it was well mixed, but also there's a theme. Yeah, well, everything is correct, the melody is correct, the theme is correct, everything is correct, and the mixing is correct. And therefore, if I can play it now, you would agree that it's a dope song even now. And when we were in a club, views, when they played it, people were still, they were like, shit, this song was the song, because it's like that. Okay, but also I wanna talk about one last thing. And in order to do that, I'm not gonna say what we did now, because you can apply the same things I was talking about in your own production. One last thing I need to do is to play maybe one song. I need to tell you two things. It is important to, when you speak Zulu, you must, when you sing Zulu, sing it correctly. When you sing English, you can't sing English in Zulu and sing Zulu in English. And so is Tswana. I've worked with a lot of Tswana singers, and sometimes when we're working, I'm like, hey, this is heavy. We find that it's actually dope Tswana, but it's actually too strong. So every now and then I talk about this when I'm doing, because we're doing a theme for the Shaka Zulu now, right, Ilam. Because we're doing the theme, so we can afford to say, but we can't do that for a love song, right? So you can't be using more of in your Tswana, because you know there's a lot of that, and it sounds like war. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're going to say. There isn't. But all the things, I can tell you the most groups with the Tswana guys, when we're working, and it sounds so dope, very dope. It's a Tswana song, but it's harsh. So we'll be like, you know, it doesn't hurt to be a Tswana person, and sometimes on a love song, add more Sotho words instead of Tswana words. Sometimes I'm just making an example, because you know you can be like, what? Tswana, it's Tswana song it. But sometimes we do that as well. As Zulu people, we borrow a Xhosa word that will add more value than a Zulu word, because the Zulu word would have been more offensive, perhaps, when a Xhosa word would have been softer. So as the Xhosa guys will have to borrow from Zulu also, too, because it's the same thing. Just so you are able to be. So I need to play one thing, right? I don't know what I'll play anything. So I'm doing an EP, right? Sita, I'm doing an EP for the first time. I want to release something, and I wanna. Okay, sorry, I don't need to. So I wanna show you that in 5 seconds, there are certain things that I need to do to have the right plugins for everything. The voice must be on. I don't sing very well, so don't judge me. And this song is not finished at all, but I must in a few minutes, because I did it in front of people on Instagram 2 days ago, right? So I must in 5 minutes be able to make a song that works, that is ready to be released, but only to be mixed Pearl. Do you get what I'm saying? So you must always have that mind of saying, so when I sit with Awesome Piano or Cubs, when they're online, they know, they just put the shakers, they always use the 5 of them, that they just put, you must put things that work, it must work now. And you can make it unique later. I don't know if I'm making sense. Make it work now, because you'll be discouraged and leave it. Then you have 20 songs that are not working in this computer. Make the song work first, and then make it unique later. I don't know if I'm making sense. So later, when you want to make it unique and can create other things, and but for now, but at first, make it work. Like I'm saying, I'm going to play something that's not mixed, which is good, that I did in 2 minutes, in 5 minutes, right? Oh, then I decided to add the same guy, Nduduzo Makatini, who's a serious pianist, international, to play on it. So, yeah, there's also that. I don't know if I need to push volume here. So the first thing I needed to have was to have a relatable chorus, right? I've done so many songs that were big. If you know Bongituba, do you know Bongituba? Do you know Bongituba? So I did all the songs you know by Bongituba were produced and composed by me. And we were often working with Lokshin or Bay. I mean, I'm sure you work with him on Open Mic, right? Yeah. So the first thing I needed to have was it's the right chorus. I know people can repeat that. Even if you're Toano, you can hear this thing. So like you're sold, you're done. So the first thing, yeah, when we talk about the verse all the time, whether I'm doing music for Kelly or anyone, and I said I'm done, guys, this is the last thing I'm sharing, is that the first verse must shock you. So if I want to say, I love you, I can't say, I love you, because everybody has said it. So I have to say, when I try to breathe, it becomes impossible because I love you. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So people are like, why is he struggling to breathe? It's because I love, oh, okay, we get it. So to command. So, in other words, that's important. But the last thing is that you must respect space. And I said it when I was speaking to Penwell, God Penwell, that how I know if an artist is amazing is an artist who respects space and quietness. If you're an artist and you hate quietness, you are not an artist. If you're performing and load shedding hits you, but or maybe everything cuts except for the mic, and the next thing you say, are you there? Can I hear whistles from Amachita? No, you have a problem with silence. You must allow the silence to take over. You know why? Because when the music comes back, then people are going to enjoy it. It's the same thing why we go, can everybody say, people go, oh, they go, because in order for them to appreciate that beat dropping back, it was because of the silence. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. You tell me guys if I'm talking bullshit. I talk bullshit all the time, so I need to know when I start talking bullshit. Silence helps people appreciate the drop of the beat. Or DJ Melo Noblakov, you know how they always appreciate, they disappear on the desk, you know. And the people like, oh! And imagine if it's, and then there's an MC who comes in, Nicola Buffetti, Nicola. Can you imagine? After that thing drops, in that mist, in that silence, when they're waiting for the beat to come back, Buffetti, the tickets are still being sold. Then you know that MC has killed the power of silence. And then imagine on that song, Moten Janjaman. So that was the power of it. Biggest moment of that song. So if you take that moment, that song is not as powerful as it would have been. So the power of silence is that it gives power to the drop of that thing. So if you are making music that has no space, no silence, your music will never have space in people's heart, because the heart beats in silence. It goes cuckoo, silence, cuckoo. In order to make something that connects with the human existence, you've got to have space in our lives. There are times where you have plenty of food and there are times where you don't have much food. So life is all about spaces and much and less and much and less. So you can't make music. So this is the verse, and once I'm done playing this, that will be the end of my presentation. Okay, that's fine. That's enough. But what you must also acknowledge is that I couldn't make a simple bass as well. I had to make a bass that will also become a theme. So it's possible to have multiple themes in one song. When my chords were a theme as well. But when I was done doing that song, as I said, Universal, sorry for not finishing that story. When I was done, what happened to me is that when I was sleeping, I had said to myself, this is it. This is how the song is going to be. And then when I was sleeping, I had something going. I was like, shit, that's what I've been waiting for. So then I went to the computer, because I only have 2 hours left to submit what needed to be released in one day. Is that they changed my entire understanding of that song. Because now instead of it being dance, I realized now maybe it needs to go, because that theme gave me a different dimension to that song. So it changed to be a dance song and it became the show. And then I recorded the show. Next, in 5 minutes, I had an amazing song. I was like, all right, Chance, I'm ready. Something is coming, receive it. So that's the power of respecting the song direction. Don't always dictate to the song where it should go. You must also listen to it as well. I don't know how to explain that, but you must listen to the song. Once you have a theme, listen to it, respect it, because it will show you what it needs from you. So instead of putting too much drums, you'll end up killing the song when maybe just one snap would have been enough. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for taking too much time. So, yeah.
Another round of applause for Mondli Ngcobo. He hit on some nerves there, hey? Yes, okay, I'm actually officially going to open up the Q&A, and please, when you answer your question, do direct it which speaker would you like to answer. Let's see, the time is now. We're actually at the end of our program, so the next 10 minutes are going to be our Q&A and a wrap-up. Okay, you have the mic.
Is that okay?
Please remember your name, what your field of artistry is, and then your question.
Yes, my question is directed to Boetmond. No? I'm Kade, I'm a producer, vocalist, songwriter, Yeah, DJ and what I actually wanted to ask, ne? Yes, what I actually wanted to ask, do you remember when you said like we must obviously make connections, like if we must network, ne? And if you don't know certain people who can, how can I say, if you can't play certain melodies or can't play a guitar, you must call someone. What I wanted to ask was in terms of the split sheets when you get to studio, because sometimes you can have artists that if you have money, you can pay a session artist to come and play a keyboard for you or play certain melodies or whatnot. But what I wanted to ask, like, how do we work out the split sheets if I'm going to be working with you as a, like, let's say I work with him, for example. We work together, then certain melodies that will make the song. Obviously, we work together, he will make the drum line, I will come with the melodies. Certain melodies that will make the song, sometimes, let's say, the drum line of the track isn't that appeasing or whatnot. Then we come with proper melodies. How are we going to share that if we are like 5 people in a studio, then someone comes with melodies, but they're not a producer? For example, they were just part of the studio session. Then they come up with the melody that's going to, like what you just said with the melody, din, 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 when it changed everything. If someone came with that melody and you're already done with the song, and this person comes and say, hey dog, I have a certain melody that I think can change your song and make it better. Then we are 5 now on the track. Like on the track, we are 5 artists. How are we going to measure, like, okay, who deserves more on the track? Because most of the time they always say like the vocalist, nah? The vocalist must take 50% of the track or something like that. But what if now I'm the vocalist and I'm the producer and someone came up with a certain thing that can make it better? I didn't know how to actually put it.
No.
but I think you
You
understand.
articulated yourself very well. Actually, yeah, I think you're an amazing speaker. Actually, let me, because every time I speak, I don't want to speak too much because it makes people not to listen to me anymore. But now, lucky because we're speaking to you as we're coming in, and you said you actually look younger than you are, which was very funny because I started when I was young to work with very, very old people, which makes it easy for me. I work with Oprah, Hugh, Oberman. So it always was so dope to work with people who could potentially actually forget that you're in the studio to begin with. Yeah, because who are you? You are just a guy who makes things work for them. So when you're done, then Shondona's sharp and be like, oh yeah, there's no sharp here. We are working here, Papa. So I'm saying this, you need to be arrogant in this business, I'm sorry. In fact, you need to be arrogant everywhere, even how you sit, in order to claim your dominance. Because in the industry, they are always ready to crush you. So even though you don't have money, so there's a reason why I'm saying that. So in this industry, it's important. Before, we used to have producers. Linda Keys was one of the producers. I'm not talking about Kofi, I'm talking about Linda Keys, who does not play any instrument. He tried to learn drums in preaching course there at Technical Hotel back in the days. But so he is not an instrumentalist, but he was a producer. You know what a producer was back in the days? Was someone who's like, hey, the song, it reminds me of Michael Jackson's song. It needs that thing. And then says something like this. Yeah, he said, that's the one. That's powerful, actually. It's expensive to have a mind. And Robbie Maling was like that. And Mujalef was more of a technical guy. But Robbie Maling was like, it's missing something. It needs to be like, that song by. So that's production, to give a direction to the music where it should go. So unfortunately, that era died. So now we end up having boys who were amazing at playing the piano, drums, singing, and they perform the songs they did yesterday. So we had a club called Splash, whatever, where boys were going backstage to do music that are going to play in 1 hour. or in 2 minutes, and it doesn't work. They're saying the kick is too low. They go back, and it was so dope to watch. You're like, wow. So the thing is now, because we have that, we have to stop being stingy, stop being greedy in order to make it work. If 5 people are in a room, they contributed to the song, let's separate the things equally, finish, end of the story. Otherwise, you're going to have issues where you say you did more. The only time where I do splits that are uneven is when, for instance, we called Unati to sing on DJ Melon's album, the song, So Nini, Nanini. She didn't produce the song, she didn't compose it, she only sang it. So in other words, technically, she doesn't deserve 0. She deserves 0 from splits, right? Because singing doesn't filter in the script, because now we're talking 50% production and composition. She didn't compose, she didn't produce, but we say, hey, 20%, so for being, thank you, what are you sure, boy? So we do those things where we say 10, 20, because we are important in the song, but you didn't contribute composition or production. But that's it. So 50% or even, make it even, bro. Don't talk too much. It makes people fight. All the time, we make music with Black Coffee, we don't talk about these things anymore. Because if we talk about them, we fight. We just assume it must be 50%, that's it, bro. And the moment I see something wrong at Sam, bro, I have to call him and say, we no longer work together, bro, because you've changed our code. You can't be giving me 10% on this. I'll never work with you. And it must be like that. You must drop that Black Coffee. Yes, drop him. Never. Yeah, because there's no need for you to be associated with a big brand that doesn't respect. I'm just making an example with Black Coffee. He's still my bro. Thank you.
Thank you, Puti. I must add that Mondli Ngcobo is actually a music graduate in jazz, to be precise. So I was actually sitting listening to how direct and how technical he got, because we often hear that it is important to go to school regardless of what you do. And I think these are typical examples where it is actually paying off, where it is aligned, and where the quality is produced. You spoke about themes in making music, a really important factor, because half the time we consume music just for vibes. And later when you are back in your senses, you're like, oh, what am I listening to? Because the rhyming is there, the flow is there, but now there's no sense, and you're like, okay, jump. That's why you end up with one-hit wonders, and we don't want one-hit wonders. Let me not take your shine. I said we've got limited time. One more, another question?
Hello, those questions directed to DJ Melon. My name is Clampton, born and bred in Bloemfontein. I'd just like to ask, I've been making music since 2017, 2016. And only now I'm at a point where fellow artists want to know how much I charge for features or for bookings. So how do you know the specific amount that, I know my value, but now I don't want to overcharge or undercharge, but how do you know exactly how much when you're starting out? Yeah, where to start? Thank you.
Okay, this one. No, we're not like that in Bloem.
Okay, I'm happy that you know your value, which is very important. But it's always your decision. I mean, also it's very important. What I do, I always try to, let me make an example with bread. You know, there are different companies or bakeries that produces bread, but the price is always more or less the same. So it is very important to do what is called competitive benchmarking, and also not competitive benchmarking, just benchmarking, to check people who are at your level, check how much they charge in terms of this. You can apply even in pricing for bookings and everything, check people at your standard, because you don't want to be when aware that you're very expensive and others are charging less. So it's very important, or you're charging way less, killing the industry, while others are charging. If everyone around you is at your level is charging a 20 rands, you can either go, when you want to be above 22 or 18, if you want to be slightly less, but don't go way below or way above everyone that is in your level, at your level.
DJ Melon, while you're still there, are there certain specific costing parameters you would like to maybe share are there any costing
No,
parameters?
no, there are no. Like we just decide. Like
Come and
in
inclusive.
music industry, yeah. I mean, like even bookings. Like in terms of pricing, like I think there was a time where I used to manage artists where I was managing El Vovo. So we woke up or we decided to create music and then boom, this thing happens. We are getting bookings from everywhere. We're charging 8,000 and this other time we got a call from Ketsoraf. There was Ketsoraf back then. They were doing something called Coca-Cola collab. Then this lady is like, how much is El Vovo? I'm like, 8,000. She's like, what? El Vovo is charging 8,000. I'm like, how much? It's like, artists at that level are charging 25. And then we started charging 25. Everyone in KZN, it's 25. You know, so it's so.
No, but you're actually lucky
Yeah.
to get someone who was like, you underselling yourself. Because half the time,
Yeah,
they're black and
that is very important. Yeah, it's very important to check around, yeah.
I would also advise don't set the price yourself as an artist. Find somebody that's gonna kind of like gauge from outside yourself, because as an artist, unfortunately, you're your worst critic. And sometimes, and because you're your worst critic, you become like an overachiever once you like kind of get over that hurdle. And then now you start charging that crazy amount. So that's why he's mentioning too far below, too far above. Get somebody, whether it's a manager, somebody who's around you that can kind of gauge honestly that, oh, this is where you are. I'd kind of compare you to these kind of people, and I think that's where you should be. I think that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dumisha. I'm going to take two more questions and we're going to wrap it up. I see two hands there at the back. If you can please pass the mic to the back.
Good afternoon one more time. First of all, I would like to thank Free State Music Summit for this, because I think we needed it the most, especially for those who took it very seriously. But I have a question, I have a few questions, but I'll try to be as short as I can. The first question was with the music video submissions. As I said earlier, that I work as I distribute music and publish music for some artists. I did manage to submit a trace, but it was never playlisted. But with the other with the other TV stations, it was published, and we did follow the criteria that they showed there on the criteria list. So I wanted to ask maybe if there's anything that's specific that we must look. And then secondly, I wanted to find out from Sir that was talking about the business side of music, that with distribution, do we have to distribute like every music that we make, or do we maybe get to maybe do launches or play music and check first how the music goes, or maybe give it to DJs to play their music and receive the response from the crowd? Or how do we, the selection criteria to the music we're supposed to publish? Thirdly, I wanted to find out from DJ Melon that I forgot, but it's fine. I forgot, but it's fine. And then let me just ask this last one with Mr. Mondley, that with this, like with the production side of commercials, how do you get to propose maybe to the movies, or whichever way, the way you said that you were in that industry as well? How do you get to propose to them that this is the kind that you can, the sound or deals that you can do for them, or do they come and discover you from what you are doing or not? All right, thank you.
All right, the first question was for me, right? So if you don't mind me asking, what genre of music was it? And I'll explain why I'm asking.
All right, it was an Amapiano song.
Okay, all right, it was Amapiano. And when you submitted, the reason why I'm asking, right, is because what also happens sometimes is that an artist will submit for maybe Trace Urban, right? But then they watch Trace Africa, and that is more fitting for Amapiano, right? And sometimes then I see the song, and depending on how much time we have, because we have a 2-day turnaround time, we like to give artists responses within 2 days. If there is enough time, I will then pass it on to the other station, right? Or, unfortunately, because it doesn't fit my channel sometimes, and then there's no time, maybe there's like 2 hours left or whatever, and someone has to respond to you, then I will reject it, unfortunately, right? So on that end, which specific channel did you submit to? Are you sure it was Africa or if it was urban?
I think it was Africa. Yeah, I think it was Africa.
Okay. Yeah, so no, but you have to be sure, right, about such things, because I know it seems very sensitive and small, right? But I mean, as different stations, we do have different requirements, even though we are under the same brand. But because I'm here and I'm always here to support artists, I'm definitely willing. I don't know if you saw my email address. I'm definitely willing to take a look at the video and track it back to see what happened in that specific instance.
Thank you, Sibongile. Are you able to do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So please, can he meet with you afterwards before?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
right.
And also for anyone else who wants to submit, I've got a QR code on my phone which will lead you then to the right place. But also, I don't know if you saw my email address, that's also available for submissions.
Okay, thank you so much. Our last question, lady at the
I
back.
think there's a couple more from the same guy.
Oh yeah, and I hope I answered
yes,
your
no,
question.
You actually,
Makai.
yeah, you threw a salad bowl of questions there.
No, I'll be quick.
You
man.
remember?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm going to give you an example to your to answer your question. There's an artist towards the end of my previous job at the previous company. There was an artist that I wanted to sign, and I thought like the strategy that he was using was so amazing. He's DJ Maporisa's brother, Maestro. So Maestro, all the songs that he's released up till now, they were all tested before they were released. So by the time he released them, they were all hits. So he didn't have a doubt in his mind that this is going to chart. He didn't have a doubt. He was already getting booked before the song was even out, right? So it depends on the type of artist that you are. Because like I know like it plays into like that insecurity to say, I'm not sure if people are going to like this. So maybe let me go test it first, and then when they test, like if they like it, then I'll give it to them. So it just depends on when, as a label manager, as an artist manager, what do you prefer and what does your artist prefer? Like, I don't think there's an exact like answer to say, oh, you need to test it before you release it, but it's proven to work for some certain people. And then for other people, for example, maybe like a Calvin Momo, he just like sits in studio and he punches like hundreds and hundreds of songs out, and when he decides to release, he'll release like a 25-track album, and it'll still do amazing without it being tested in like events or whatever else when you hear it for the first time. So it just depends on what kind of artist it is. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Brett. Also, on this, I want to talk about this because in South Africa, we have to talk about this. In South Africa, we have a problem of releasing one song once. In other countries, they release one song 65,000 times. That's why we don't milk the music as much as we need to. So the answer to me, without questions, without questioning anything else in between, is that release it. Everything must release all the time. You know why? Because in America, you find Crico Reporter releasing a song today, it's Be Good, and he goes to China to perform it, and he releases that China performance on YouTube, and he goes to America to perform it, he releases that American one. So he has 75,000 releases of one song, and they are all being consumed, and the next thing is that a lot of them are. But remember, the song has to be good. So let's not leave that out. All your good songs, release them in many ways possible, all the time, because you make more revenue in that way. I can promise you that. If you have we do the same thing when we sometimes release for Kelikuma, we do something, we record here and we release it, and release it on YouTube also. And then we do another performance, we release it on YouTube. The next thing, because another thing is that when Melon talks about visibility on social media, if you have all these releases, and you have videos. It's like I can consume a lot of you, bro. And it's enough for me to make a choice in Europe to say, bro, let's work. You have to have a lot of content. I'm saying, I know it's guided because you have to be songs that work. Number two, you are talking about music for movies and Bambal. You need, if you are not known as a person who makes music for movies, if Ilembe is doing something, find their email, and give them and say, you made something amazing, you think it will work for your movie. And if it's dope, then they'll take it. And there's nothing else that I think I need to say on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You answered. Okay, one last question and.
Hi, my name is Katleo and I just make stuff, I guess. It's like I just have two questions to ask and that's it. And the first one is, wouldn't it make sense if I had leverage as an artist to just take my money to like an ad agency and let them do the marketing and roll out for the album rather than going to a label? And then the second question is Riverside. So if you see the visuals for Riverside there, Trace, how do you say no to the visuals as you?
So, sorry, to give context, I think you had the first question, but since, okay. So, to give context, when he's speaking about Riverside, Riverside is a project that I released as an artist in 2021, right? So, unfortunately, I cannot be biased. And also because we have a music committee, I'm not the only one deciding. And everyone in the room has a right to say, sorry, the quality of your video, we like you, you're a great person, hey, sebenza nawe sharp. But the quality of this video doesn't fit the channel that we are trying to play it on. Or maybe the sound that you made and released does not fit. And I mean, to this day, have you seen Riverside on Trace? Just asking. You haven't, okay. You see, because then it's gonna be biased. Because I'm the one who's doing that, so now if I play it, you're gonna come back and say, you're playing yourself, you know? So, but I mean, to go back to the whole chat about what fits the station, right, and what fits the channel, there's a song out right now by Big Zulu and Sjava, Mbai Mbai. It is one of my favorite songs right now. But because it does not fit my audience, which is hip hop and R&B primarily, I have to then give it to Africa. You see, so it's always about doing what's best for the station. And yes, sometimes you do find Guti, Channel O is playing it or MTV is playing it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to play with us, and vice versa. You know, so the requirements are not the same for all of the channels.
And then to answer advertising agency, bro, like in terms of, I mean, my primary role was just to make sure that I market music, right? So mainly on digital, but like obviously you ended up having to find like all these other spectrums in the traditional world. But there is no roof in terms of creativity of how to sell your music. If you think going to an advertising agency to advertise your music, it's basically a similar thing to like having your music video as a paid ad on YouTube. I don't know if you've noticed, like when you try to play like a YouTube video, there'll be a whole song that's actually like on there. And just to kind of give you an idea, there was a rollout that we did for Oskambo that he mentioned earlier on. Because you understand the brand that he has, you just put, he was due to release music because he hadn't released music, I think, like in over like a year and a half or so. So he just put a blurred picture of himself and his phone number. And that's, or when you like kind of texted that number or you call that number, the voicemail will take you to the link of the actual song. So like you don't like try and limit how you can sell your song. There's so many different ways. Understand your brand, understand what your strengths are, and play on those strengths. And I promise you that's how you're gonna like shoot through the roof. Yeah.
Thank you. Those are the last questions, unfortunately. Are you guys still here if anyone has a direct question for you briefly before they leave? But I would like to just formally thank everybody that is behind this event. Firstly, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Next Level Events, and Wall of Art. And then, most importantly, once again, our lovely and insightful panel. From the beginning, Neo, we do know where to go for sanity. Oh, and also, Trace TV. We'd like to acknowledge that as well. And then Neo Moselane, please, thank you so much. Now the local artists know where to go where things are not balancing. And every now and then, even when things are good, you know, you need that emotional intelligence to handle the hype, the success as well. And then right after you, thank you, DJ Dobeza. And Sibongile Chabalala, thank you. Dumi Shonoto, Sbusi Somhlongo, also known as DJ Melon. And lastly, Mondli Ngobo. Thank you so much for your insight. And to our artists, thank you. And a round of applause to everybody. And also before you leave, can you please come to the stage for a group picture? Hoska likely manele nalibu DJ Melon, you'll show them the visuals.
Less of love and more fight, but I'm tired of fighting to hold on. Got too many scars to hide, so it's easy.
Yes, I have an important announcement to make in the switch off my mic. There's food after this. No, really, it's a really important announcement. So after after the picture, there are refreshments for everybody before you leave. Thank you.
How did this happen? My walls were open. You move without a sound. Never imagined like an assassin. One look to How did this happen? My walls were open. You move without a sound. Never imagined like an assassin. Your one look took me down, 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 down. Your one look took me down, 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 down. Your one look took me down.
turn.
Oh, can you